Janice doing sitting over there?
To support me if there's any questions around the budget.
He needs help, does he?
He might do.
Half a minute, councillors, when we're all seated, and then I'll ask Paul Galt, please, to make the housekeeping announcements. This one.
No, so it can be heard.
Oh, right. Thank you. Okay, Paul, I think... oh, sorry.
Apologies, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Just a couple of housekeeping announcements, please. First of all, in relation to electronic devices and mobile phones, please can you turn them to silent mode out of respect for speakers. You can obviously use them as long as you do so quietly. Thank you. In terms of the fire alarms, there isn't a scheduled fire drill, so if the fire alarms go off, we assume it's the real thing. First of all, taking people on the second floor, if you make your way through these doors to my right, back towards the lift, please do not use the lift, but use the staircase next to the lift and follow the staircase down to the ground floor, following the signs, and exit the building. For our guests on the third floor, very similar. If you make your way back towards the lift, please do not use the lifts and use the staircase next to the lift, making your way to the ground floor, and again following the signs and exiting the building. And the assembly point is over by the swimming pool. If there is a blockage either out here on the second floor or on the third floor, there are exits, in this case through the back doors here and through the offices, again to the staircase down to the ground floor, exiting near to the bistro. And on the third floor, if you follow the corridor around, there are members of staff upstairs to help guide you to the end of the corridor, again through to the staircase and down the staircase and exiting near the bistro. The assembly point again is the swimming pool. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. Good morning to you all. I'd now like to formally open the meeting. But before we move on with the formal agenda, can I welcome our new elected member, Councillor Kelly Watts? Maybe you'd like to stand up. In my script here, it says, I look forward to meeting you properly outside of the meeting and wish you well. But in actual fact, Kelly, my late wife, and myself, I think it was the 9th of May or something like that, 2003, we were elected to Kettering Borough Council. And over the last 20 years, I think I know you pretty well anyway, as do quite a few here. And I think currently you're the Mayor of Kettering. So, Ma'am, we wish you welcome. Are there any apologies for absence, please? Councillor Mark Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. For the Conservatives, we have apologies for Councillor Eakins, our Coral.
Oh, there we go. Eakins, O'Hara, Currell, Sims, Waters, Prentice, North, Roberts, Smythe, Jelly, Kevin Watts, Kirk Harrison.
Thank you, Councillor. Matt Keane, please.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Labour Group, we have apologies from Councillor McEwen, DL and Riley.
Thank you. Councillor Desdell, please.
On behalf of the Green Alliance, we have Councillor Emily Fedorovich.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other apologies to be recorded, please?
Chair, I have apologies from Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any declarations of interest that councillors wish to make related to the item to be discussed? Nobody? Oh, Councillor, please.
I think related to Pen Green, Chair, I'm a governor at Pengreen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Oh, Councillor Lawman, please.
Item 7, it's a personal interest. In the development pool, there's mention of Sir Christopher Hatton School, which I'm a governor, but we're not deciding, so it's personal.
Thank you, Councillor Lawman. Councillor Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair. In my other place of work, this is another interest that I will have attended meetings where matters on the agenda will have been discussed, but come here with an open mind in relation to this.
Anybody else, please? Thank you. That concludes that item. Don't I leave it permanently on? I do normally. Chair's announcements. The only thing that's happened to me of real interest over the last couple of weeks is that I was invited to the plaza at Thrapston, where I was entertained by Councillor David Brackenbury singing in as Count somebody or other. He's too old now to play the Prince, but he's playing Counts, the last two I've seen. And it was a very, very fine evening, very difficult production to do, but they did very well, and we were, my consort and I were very, very well looked after. Thank you. Best review on Facebook he's had, yeah. Paul Galt, please to explain the process to be followed for this meeting.
Thank you, Chair. As members will be aware, the procedure for Budget Council is slightly different from normal council meetings. A copy of the procedure is laid out in your agenda packs from page 5, and obviously I've been in touch with the relevant group leaderships in terms of the process to be followed today. So obviously, we will work through the 3 reports, and the procedure for each is very similar, but it's laid out on pages 5 onwards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. I know you've done a lot of work behind the scenes, and thank you for that. To avoid disruption later to the flow of the meeting, please may I see a mover and seconder to suspend Procedure Rule 10.1, brackets the guillotine, and agree to close the meeting at the conclusion of all business on the agenda. Councillor Hayquall, please. Seconder, please. Councillor McGee, thank you. Straight to the vote. All those in favour, please, councillors. A show of hands will do, yep. Anybody against? Wonderful, 100%. Thank you. Councillors, we received requests from 5 members of the public to read out a prepared statement. A copy of the statement has been circulated to you all. Please may I see Dr. Margie Wally to read her statement. You have 3 minutes, Dr. Wally. Would you like to come up, please? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Pengreen was set up as an integrated service designed to meet the needs of children and families in Corby when the steelworks closed. It has always been much more than a nursery school. Pengreen's integrated model combines universal services such as midwifery, health visiting, social work, community-based adult education, alongside high-quality early years education and childcare. Every aspect of the work results in community regeneration and local capacity building. Many local teachers, early years educators, and head teachers have trained at Pengreen. Pengreen was always resolutely child and family centred. Families living in poverty are encouraged to have high aspirations for their children, and most parents engage in programmes to support their children's learning and development. The most marginalised children growing up in families with complex needs or where children have disabilities are always prioritised. In a DFE survey of all maintained nursery schools in this country, most were found to be working with between 5 and 17% of children with special needs. But at Pengreen, we consistently set the bar at 40 to 50% of children with special needs and or social care needs attending the nursery. The achievements of the Pen Green project have been acknowledged by government when the centre was identified as an early excellence centre, awarded Sure Start Trailblazer status, received neighbourhood nursery funding. Staff from Pen Green were invited onto the various task groups that were driving forward the national policy agenda. The Children's Centre model was based on Pen Green. Pen Green remains as relevant as an integrated model 40 years on as it was in 1983. Indeed, the Institute of Fiscal Studies, the Conservative-led Leadson Review and the recent Labour Party Policy Response Forum are currently planning or driving forward similar programmes across many local authorities. What a volte-face then that the newly established Conservative-led North Northamptonshire Unitary Authority is prepared to decimate this locally, nationally and internationally acclaimed service. Early childhood education in the UK has always been a contested area and open to the vagaries of political will, but the brave and far-sighted politicians from across both parties who set up Pen Green in '83 were not only visionary, but utterly committed to ensuring that the services were rooted in the Corby community as a public resource and a public good. How impolitic it would be today for politicians in this brand new authority to undermine such a powerful and well-embedded service. My questions to full councillors are, the people of Corby face very significant social and economic instability. They deserve the best possible educational provision for their children. Surely the LA still has a duty of care to prioritise the children and families in its most deprived areas. How can this LA contemplate such a complete policy reversal when both the Conservative and Labour Party at a national level are recommending this integrated approach? How can the LA accept the improper diversion of DFE funding which was earmarked by the DFE specifically for the Pen Green Integrated Centre and which has now been distributed across the nursery schools? We should remember the words of Graham Stewart, who held the first ever select committee in Corby at Pen Green. A central message for many of us is today, don't let coherence or a desire for uniformity and equity allow or excuse the destruction of rare centres of excellence that do a brilliant job and that are found to be doing so by everybody who looks at them. They deserve to be preserved. The staff at Pen Green, the parents and the children deserve the very best. They work so hard and are so committed. I've just driven 6 hours to come and get here and be here with you. I just hope you vote the right way today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wally. Please may I see Ms. Angela Prodger to read her statement, please. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Pen Green is more than a nursery school, always has been and always will be. In 2017, Tom Pursglove and I met with the DFE and the Minister for Early Years to negotiate and clarify Pen Green Integrated Centres funding allocation. Following this meeting, an additional £1.2 million was awarded to the local authority. The funding for the integrated centre came from central government as an additional award through the Maintained Nursery School supplementary funding. It raised Northamptonshire's award from £679,000 to £1.9 million. There is no clear rationale as to why our funding should be reduced or indeed removed as the funding continues to come from the DFE. Over the last 40 years, we have demonstrated how we make a powerful and lasting difference to children and families' life chances. Pen Green's funding is not excessive. It is funding that's been allocated to Corby for 40 years to tackle disadvantage and deprivation. This funding is still needed in Corby today. If more funding is needed for the maintained nursery schools, then it should be found from an appropriate source. It must not be taken from Corby, the town with the highest deprivation indices in North Northants. The recommendation of a more equal distribution of this funding across the 4 maintained nursery schools exemplifies the lack of understanding and any perceived inequalities and misperceptions about how the money is being allocated and actually funding. It's not a supplement for the costs of our maintained nursery school. As a nursery school, we receive exactly the same level of funding as other maintained nursery schools in the authority. So why do we receive extra funding? What makes Pen Green offer different? We are a year-round service, open 10 hours per day, with a multidisciplinary team who are working, responding to family need across the town, in the centre, in people's homes. Our integrated work prevents families escalating to statutory services. It harnesses partnership working across all sectors, reduces isolation and strengthens community. Universal offer. And those on the edge of social exclusion. Is the mic still working properly? Equity is about distributing resources fairly, taking account of different needs and circumstances. It's not a case of one size fits all. Funding for all maintained nursery schools is a critical and national issue. Pen Green staff have worked intensively to match our own shortfall in nursery funding by income generating 1.2 million in the last 4 years. We must not be punished for working hard for the people in Corby. Removing our funding to support the maintained nursery schools is unjust and would not happen in any other part of the school sector. Corby deprivation indices highlight a substantial need for early intervention and early help within that universal offer. Investment in Corby has to be a local, regional and national priority. Surely the Secretary of State will be gravely concerned that in a town with such incredibly bad health and education indices, the authority planned to decimate a highly successful early intervention response across Corby. What will these cuts really mean? Thank you.
Next speaker, please may I see Ms Tracy Gallagher to read her statement, please. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Or 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Good morning. As you've heard, Pen Green was set up as an integrated centre in 1983. Our integrated centre funding enables the staff to make a major contribution to the safeguarding of young children in Corby. Families in need can access responsive group work from across the town. They can access intensive family support services from experienced and well-qualified staff. Families are supported where there are mental health issues, and these issues impact on the child and parent relationships. Families are supported where there are drug and alcohol misuse, and this impinges on children's growth and development. And also where we're experiencing families that are suffering from domestic violence. And we know that that breakdown in the family situation shatters young children's lives. If the council go ahead with the decision to remove the integrated centre funding, this will have a catastrophic impact on the long-term outcomes and the lives of young children and families in Corby. If the decision is made to take away the funding, the current offer at Pen Green will cease. We will not be able to continue anymore. We will not be able to offer the families the support they need, the timely and responsive early help support that they're in desperate need for, and they have every right to. Our deep concern is that families will miss out on essential services. As the complexities, as the challenges increase, the need for much more specialised and highly intensive services, that increases also. This will have a detrimental impact on our social care colleagues. They will see an absolute escalation in the number of families that require statutory intervention. When this happens and the number of families needing those statutory interventions increases, you will have to allocate much more money to social care, because the Pen Green services won't be there any longer. You will have to allocate more money because more money will be needed for the families in absolute crisis point. These services are so costly. The early help services are cheaper. I will conclude with some questions for you all. As an authority, you've just come out of inadequate rating from Ofsted, which is fabulous. But can you afford to allocate more money for the additional high-cost statutory services that will inevitably be needed if Pen Green close? Can the council afford not to fund Pen Green and their early help and their early intervention services? Has there been quality impact assessment conducted to ascertain the impact of the removal of funding for Pen Green? Has a public consultation taken place? We know the public feel really strongly about the Pen Green services. And has Northamptonshire Safeguarding Children Board been informed or consulted? Because they will absolutely see an increase in their workload and the need of services at a much higher intervention level and at statutory level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Gallagher, for your contribution. Please, may I see Mr Adam Cooper to read your statement, please. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. All children in North Northants and their families deserve to have services that are better funded, but the current proposal is not the answer. We're here today to ask the Council to consider the impact of the proposed funding cuts for Pen Green and the children and families of Corby that it serves. Pen Green is more than a maintained nursery school, it always has been. Pen Green provides wraparound care for many families, with care and services starting before children are born and extends to parents well beyond their children enter school. But it's so much more than that. It's a safe place, a family, somewhere that doesn't judge and is always there, as we demonstrated during COVID. Pen Green has trained generations of early years professionals, many who now work in Corby, and many more who have taken our ethos and our expertise to other settings nationally and internationally. Without the centre, this legacy of expertise would never have existed. For parents and children, we are often a lifeline, identifying issues early or simply being the place people go when they need help. Somewhere safe with people they trust. Ultimately, Pen Green has a huge impact on the lives of many who start by coming for a few sessions at the nursery, but end up being helped in ways that change their lives for the better. This early intervention dramatically reduces the impact that would otherwise have been placed on social services, healthcare, and the wider education system. In a time where increasing pressure is being placed on society coming out of the pandemic, spiralling inflation, and now fuel poverty pushing many families into crisis, the impact of places like Pen Green should not be ignored. Many studies have shown that investment in early years alone dramatically reduces spending on social welfare and special education needs. Add to this the impact on mental health, young people kept off the Child Protection Register, support provided to families discreetly and respectfully in a time of crisis, then without Pen Green's integrated services, we have a ticking time bomb. We made a pledge last year to work with the authority to identify alternative funding for the integrated services provided by Pen Green. Our door remains open, and we still ask for that collaboration. Sadly, aside from constant reviews and audits, nothing has been suggested and our advice has not been sought. All we have is a further, much deeper cut in funding justified by headcount and not by the impact on those individuals that really matter, the children and families concerned. We know that this doesn't have to be the case. MP Tom Pursglove has been a champion of Pen Green for some time, with previous Ministers for Children and Families going back to 2016. Tom and our heads have had recognition for the value of these integrated services reflected in additional funding for Pen Green and for Camrose, provided alongside the maintained nursery school funding. Transition from the County Council to the new authority has lost this understanding at the local level, but not in Whitehall. We'll be meeting with the current Minister to discuss this in coming weeks. It remains to be seen if this additional funding will continue under M&S funding, if it is not having the desired effect. This council should be fighting for sustainable funding for all maintained nursery schools, not levelling down Corby in favour of short-term gain elsewhere. We urge you to look again at the long-term impact of these cuts, not just for Pen Green, but for all maintained nursery schools, and to make sure that Corby does not lose a vital part of its social support system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cooper. Can I now call on the next speaker, please? Ms Donna Gallagher, please. You have 3 minutes, Ms Gallagher.
Hello. I'm the independent director of the Corby Community Interest Company that holds the Children's Centre contract with the Northants Trust. The Community Interest Company, known as a KIC, was set up in 2016 at the request of the local authority. The funding received by the Community Interest Company is paid to the charity from the Trust. The contract is to deliver specific Children's Centre targeted services across the town in Corby. In the report, and this is my concern, there appears to be some misconceptions regarding this money. This is not a funding stream for Pen Green. This is not a funding stream to run the maintained nursery school, and it's not a funding stream paid directly to Pengreen. The funding is solely to provide targeted children's centre services across the whole of the town of Corby, and there are specific KPIs that we have to work to. The Trust closely monitors the delivery of this work and the funding provided. None of this Trust funding is used for Pengreen maintained nursery school. As a previous senior manager in children's services and as the independent KIC director, I'm very concerned that the scrutiny report contains inaccurate and false assumptions that could result in a call-in after any decision is made. The inaccurate and false assumption is that Pengreen for children and their family receives funds from the Trust, and this is not accurate. The KIC currently has a collaborative agreement with Pengreen Family Support Services to supply the children's centre services across Corby. It is a completely separate funding and is not part of the maintained school. The idea of family hubs is being developed across North Northamptonshire, and at the moment the plan and implementation of this has not been shared with partners. I understand it's still with government. The Corby KIC is hoping to be involved in the rollout of the family hub provision, but as yet there's been no information about what this will look like or how this will be done. But without this long-term funding, the children's centre services across Corby are in jeopardy. The question I have is it's obviously crucial that all children and families across North Northamptonshire receive the services to improve life chances, but not at the cost of levelling down and decimation of services to children and families in Corby. And the question I have for the Council today is, could the Council consider using some of the Family Hub programme funding to resolve this issue, especially as Pengreen were instrumental in lobbying the government to ensure North Northants was included in the rollout of the Family Hub programme, and we were added on after the initial group was agreed. And I think that given that Pengreen have been so instrumental in that, that just shows their commitment across the whole of the north of Northamptonshire as well as Corby.
Thank you, Ms Gallagher, for your contribution. Please may I thank all the speakers for attending and their contributions, and invite them now to withdraw to the public gallery for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you. Agenda item 5, councillors, draft budget 2023 to 2024, a medium-term financial plan. Please may I see Councillor Lloyd Bundy to move the report. Councillor Bundy, you have 25 minutes maximum. If you see my head hit the table, you know your 25 minutes are up. Thank you.
If I see your head hit the table, then I know that I've made a mistake, Chair. Chair, on the 9th of this month, the Executive agreed that I bring this budget to full council. A budget that, in its entirety, represents spending, investment and capital expenditure well in excess of £1 billion. This budget once more underpins the 6 priorities of North Northants Council's corporate plan. Helping people to lead active, fulfilled lives, building better, brighter futures, develop safe and thriving places, create a green, sustainable environment, build connected communities, and develop modern public services. This budget touches every resident and visitor of North Northamptonshire. When I presented last year's budget, I said that we were living in unprecedented times, looking forward to the emergence from the pandemic and lockdown. Most commentators were predicting better, more fruitful times ahead. No one predicted the course of history. No one could have foreseen the economic pressures that have materialised on both a global and national level. Like any other business, this council is not immune to the economic challenges. The rise in fuel costs has hit our fleet hard. Our refuse lorries do about 5 miles to the gallon. The rise in utility costs has meant it is more expensive to heat and light our buildings. Raw materials have increased in cost, meaning that maintenance of our assets is more expensive. As the cost of living has increased, so has wage settlements. All this has also had a knock-on effect from those who supply this council and our resident services, whether it be in leisure, social care, street lighting, or anything else. Unlike supermarkets, who can meet these extra costs by simply passing them on to the customer, local government is very limited in what it can do. We cannot just simply put 10 pence on the price of a can of beans. We have five main income sources: council tax, business rates, government grants, fees and charges, and where necessary, the use of reserves. It is imperative that this council does everything possible to maintain and grow local resources that are within this council's control. The financial settlement announced by government shortly before Christmas and confirmed 2 weeks ago made it very clear that local government funding was predicated on increasing council tax to its maximum. The final local government settlement outlined an average 9.4% funding increase for local councils. What it failed to make clear was that this included central government's permission to raise council tax by 4.99%. And although we have a balanced budget for 23-24, may I remind members that we are forecasting a budgetary gap of nearly £18 million for 24-25, rising to nearly £54 million 25-26. By not raising council tax, we forego £36 million over the medium term to 2026. And assuming that the referendum cap returns to last year's levels, the figure will rise to nearly £70 million over the same period if we held council tax at last year's levels. It should be noted that NNC is in the bottom third of unitary councils when comparing Band D council tax. It should also be noted that the majority of properties in North Northants are Band A, which will result in an increase of £1 and 1 penny per week. Not raising council tax would inevitably put at risk this council's sustainable future, plunging this part of Northamptonshire back into the very dark days of Northamptonshire County Council. The council tax resolution for 23-24, which is a statutory requirement, is included in this report at Appendix K. May I remind Council that at November's council meeting last year, it was agreed to hold council tax support at 25%. I can also report that government has now confirmed that it is making available £100 million of additional funding for local authorities to support those most vulnerable households in England. This will allow councils to deliver additional support to the 3.8 million households already receiving council tax support. North Northants has received just over £460,000. It is proposed to pay up to £25 per claimant, with a residual amount going into the Section 13A fund. This will assist over 17,000 of our most vulnerable households. After approval in December, this budget was consulted upon until the 27th of January. During this period, some 449 responses to the consultation were received, and may I take this opportunity to thank all those who took their time to contribute. 58.4% of respondents who answered the question on increasing council tax disagreed, whilst 33.9% of respondents agreed the council tax should be increased. This left a further 110 either stating they didn't know or declining to answer. The analysis report for this consultation can be found at Appendix E, followed by the equality screening at Appendix F. Several comments that were made during the consultation said that we were not a listening council. I would refute this. We do listen, and where prudent, we will revise, review, and even remove proposals. That does not mean that we will shy away from making difficult decisions, however unpopular they may be. There was also criticism of the payment of bonuses to our senior officers and pay increases for members. Both of these are completely unfounded. Indeed, the last pay award that members refused for themselves saw our lowest pay grade employees receiving awards far greater than those higher up in percentage terms. As I've said on many occasions, the consultation included elected members as well, whether they be of the majority Conservative group or of the minority groups represented on this council. And with this in mind, I welcome the input from the Green Alliance, who wrote to me setting out their thoughts. I would also like to thank those members of the executive who took time to respond to those areas that were pertaining to their portfolio. I personally wrote to the leader of the Green Alliance setting out the thoughts of our colleagues. This budget is not something that has been arrived at overnight. It is the culmination of months of hard work. During September, each directorate entered into a capital programme challenge sessions, asking each directorate to revisit their capital plans and aspirations for the coming years, with the desired outcome to review each one as to its deliverability and profiling. This exercise gave us a better forecast of planned borrowing and serviceability of funding for the general fund going forward. During the first week of November, each directorate embarked upon a budget challenge session, with each one offering economies, savings and sharing the challenges that they envisaged over the next year and into the medium term. Late in November, we held scrutiny sessions again by directorate, examining the in-year forecasts that would form the basis of the draft budget that I present to the executive in December. So in summary, this budget that I am presenting today has been the subject of over 8 hours capital projects challenge sessions, 13 hours budget challenge sessions, and over 15 hours of in-year forecast scrutiny, and a further 10 hours of scrutiny sessions by directorate during the consultation period last month. The scrutiny report can be found at Appendix G. Outside of these meetings and sessions, there have been many more hours of hard work by colleagues across this council to arrive at this budget. The funding of the General Revenue Account comes from several sources, the Dedicated Schools Grant being one of them. This is a ring-fence grant allocated to the authority by government to support a range of education-related services. It amounts to just shy of £355 million. This grant is based on a national formula reflecting the number of pupils receiving education in our schools. Since it is based on a per-head count, it is only right that it is allocated fairly and proportionately. I do not need to remind members of the pressures and risks that children's education pose to this council, predominantly in the rise of social education needs and disability demands. Appendix C of this report sets out in detail the Dedicated Schools Grant. The next largest source of funding is council tax income, which I mentioned earlier. It is the most stable form of income that this council has. Next, we have business rates. Government has extended property relief for retail, hospitality and leisure sectors for 23-24. This is similar to that of 22-23. Northamptonshire has benefited well under the present business rates retention system due to an above-average increase in business growth across the area. It should be noted, however, that the way that the business rates retention scheme operates in future years could have major financial implications for councils, especially those who have been successful in delivering growth. Beyond these funding streams are several other mainly from government, covering new homes bonus, adult social care, rural services, to name but three. This council also holds a level of reserves, which is a statutory requirement for meeting estimated future expenditure. Indeed, Section 114 of the Local Government Finance Act 1988 requires the Chief Finance Officer to report to the council if there is likely to be unlawful expenditure or an unbalanced budget. This would include situations where reserves became seriously depleted. In assessing the appropriate level of reserves, a well-managed organisation will ensure that the reserves are not only adequate, but also necessary. I do not need to remind members that we are a very young council that will continue to face financial pressures. Setting a contingency and holding healthy reserves will help us mitigate what is before us. Some reserves are held to meet forthcoming events, contingency to meet unexpected events, smoothing of peaks and troughs in expenditure requirements, working balance to mitigate uneven cash flow, and general reserves to mitigate risk. The Council also holds a number of earmarked reserves held for specific purposes. It should be recognised that reserves are non-recurring. If a reserve is spent, it is gone. A well-managed council should always plan for the replenishment of depleted reserves. Although this budget sets out the use of reserves, it is for specific reason, such as movement from grant repayment to the collection fund for business rates, funding for voluntary organisations, an earmarked reserve established in 2021, and the earmarked climate change reserve set up last year. Appendix D sets out this council's reserve strategy. Since the proposed budget report was published prior to the executive on February the 9th, the government's financial settlement has been confirmed, and this has resulted in £95,000 further funding, £5,000 in rural services delivery grant, and £90,000 in service grant. It is proposed that this extra funding be moved into the contingency fund for 23-24. This authority has borrowed and invested substantial sums of money and is therefore exposed to financial risks, including the loss of invested funds and the revenue effect of changing interest rates. The successful identification, monitoring and control of financial risk are therefore central to the authority's prudent financial management. Treasury management is the management of the authority's cash flows, borrowing and investments, and the associated risks. This council reports twice yearly to the executive on its treasury management. Appendix H of this report sets out the council's treasury management strategy. I used the comparison with supermarkets earlier. Unlike private sector organisations, this council is not driven by the need to deliver a profit. It does not have shareholders who require a dividend. It does, however, have a statutory responsibility to deliver value for money to the residents of North Northamptonshire. It also has a statutory responsibility to deliver a balanced budget, which broadly means that expenditure must be met by funding in year. We must also deliver on our statutory duties. Unlike supermarkets, we cannot leave shelves empty because of depleted supplies. As members are well aware, we have a number of demand-led services. From the 1st of November 2020, the Northamptonshire Children's Trust delivered children's social care and targeted early help on behalf of Northamptonshire County Council. And from the 1st of April 2021, this was delivered on behalf of North Northamptonshire Council and West Northamptonshire Council. The Children's Trust budget is monitored in year through regular meetings between officers of both North and West Northamptonshire Council and the Trust. Making a difference to children, young people and families is of high importance to both councils as the joint owners of Northamptonshire Children's Trust, and the recent Ofsted monitoring visit was encouraging. The Children's Directorate draft budget, including the Children's Trust, reflect pressures of £9.296 million and savings of £3.461 million, resulting in a net pressure of £5.835 million in the Children's Trust. If this was excluded, this would result in a net saving of £346,000, as the pressures from the Children's Trust amount to £6.181 million. The draft net revenue budget for adults, communities and wellbeing includes adult social services, community services, housing, public health and wellbeing, and the net budget for 23-24 is £132.642 million. Under the 2014 Care Act, local authorities, adult services have a responsibility to make sure that people over 18 who live in their area are provided with an assessment of need, and when deemed eligible, are subsequently provided with support to meet those eligible needs where they cannot do things for themselves or access family support. The service also provides other physical and psychological support to people with disabilities in order to help them live a full life. The overriding responsibility is to keep people safe and protect them from harm or neglect. The Council's corporate contingency budget for 23-24 is £3.746 million, which represents around 1% of the net budget. This recognises the financial uncertainty faced and the risks that remain in the financial position, with a number of assumptions within the budget subject to further decisions, such as the pay changes. The contingency budget has been adjusted by £17,000 since the draft budget report was presented to Executive on December 2020. To offset the savings previously proposed for developed community centre grants, which have now been removed, and a further funding following the confirmation of the financial settlement. The minimum revenue provision that reflects the minimum amount a council must charge to the revenue budget each year to provide for repaying external borrowing will increase by £1.538 million for 23-24. The council has set aside a budget of £5.441 million for 23-24 to allow for potential pay changes. This budget will be allocated in 23-24 according to need. Additionally, a pressure of £2.479 million is included in the budget. This reflects the initial costings of the implementation following the pay and grading review, which includes all staff recruited to North Northamptonshire Council posts since the 1st of April 2021. The budget also includes a provision of £600,000, which is an estimate of the increase in insurance premiums. Appendix A contains the medium-term financial plan in summary, while Appendix B, the medium-term financial plan in detail. Appendix I sets out the legal background for setting the revenue budget and council tax, and Appendix J, the flexible use of capital. So in summary, this report sets out a balanced budget for 23-24. Further investment of around £57 million to both protect vital services and invest in service change and improvement. Savings, efficiency and income generation across council services of £17 million. The use and retention of reserves to support non-recurring investment in service improvement, fund time-limited projects, pump prime invest to save schemes and help manage risk. Investment in social care, recognising the increase in national living and reversal of the increase in national insurance contributions to care providers following the changes put forward by government. An increase in council tax of 4.99%. No change to the local tax support scheme. Inclusion of a contingency to mitigate against uncertainty, which totals £3.7 million. An allowance for a pay award of 4%. As I have said on many occasions, I cannot foresee any reasonable argument for this council to accept any amendments to this recommendation on the day of the meeting if they were not brought forward during the consultation period. Indeed, any such amendment proposals must be perceived as political showboating or plying the electorate for votes. This draft budget requires the buy-in of every member, officer, employee and partner of North Northants Council. It is offered not as the aspiration of the Finance Department, but as the intentions of each directorate. Chair, the recommendations at section 3, it would take me probably just as long to repeat those as I've taken now, so I will propose them as read. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Mark Rowley, would you like to second the report, please?
I'd like to second the report and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Please may I see Councillor Matt Keane to move the Labour Group amendment to the report. You have 10 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, the amendments that the Labour group have proposed are a result of us listening directly to residents in our communities day in and day out. We can't just use consultations when it suits us and listen to them. These amendments have been fully costed. I am proud to move them and believe if they are accepted, they will improve the lives of the residents of North Northamptonshire. The first amendment is to show the hard-working staff of this council will be rewarded. We will move £2 million from the contingency budget. This will mean that the amount set aside for a potential pay award at NNC is 6% rather than the proposed 4%. We would love to go further on this. We need to be attracting people to work for North Northamptonshire Council to deliver the services for our local residents. We need to make sure that the staff here know that they are valued, and we need to retain them, we need to upskill them, and we need to invest in them. Too many experienced officers from the previous districts and boroughs have been moving to work for other local authorities, taking their knowledge and taking their skills away from this council. We are wasting money on agency staff to fill the gaps in too many areas at great cost. North Northamptonshire staff work tremendously hard, and it's important that they know from their elected representatives that we acknowledge this. We thank them from all the hard work they put into making North Northamptonshire a brilliant place to live and to work. I know a few staff members who live in my ward who have written to me directly, personally, about their conditions for pay in these turbulent economic times. We believe that by investing into the staff here, we will be saving money in the long run. This will save money in regards to training, recruitment and agency fees. We believe that North Northamptonshire Council should be an employer of choice in the local area. This amendment shows that we are a listening council, and it will contribute to a better working environment and result in better services for our residents by using the knowledge of our staff. The second motion is for Pen Green Children's Centre. This world-class facility that is internationally recognised and located here in Corby is an asset that benefits every single resident in this area. I want them to know that this council is here to help them. I want them to know that we recognise the fantastic service that they provide. We acknowledge the value that this excellent facility brings to our residents. I want them to know that we need to act to prevent the centre from closing and the devastating effect that will have on many local children and families. By investing money now at early years, this saves specialist intervention and significant costs in the future. We know what's coming in future years, and if we put the investment in now, we can mitigate this. Losing this facility will have a huge cost implement to other services and cause more cost to NNC in the long run. Every town should have a facility like Pen Green Hub, and the other 3 maintained nurseries should be supported to grow using Pen Green's excellent knowledge and resources. This is a facility that North Northamptonshire Council should be proud of. We welcome intervention already from the local MP and stand with everyone upstairs who were showing support outside. Local councillors have been overwhelmed with letters from constituents, each describing their own experience of Pen Green. We believe that the Labour Group's proposals to give Pen Green a one-off £250,000 grant will help them mitigate the loss of funding. This proposal will not solve the funding issues that Pen Green face, but this will help buy time for this council to work with the different stakeholders with a view to solve the complicated funding issues and secure the centre's future. It is imperative that the leadership of this council and the MP meet with the centre as a matter of urgency. This shouldn't be an amendment that we put in to buy time. I am positive that it is in everyone's best interest to make sure there is not a single service cut to this facility. This will be financed by the smoothing reserves. We will move that Council recommends this and it's passed to the Executive to endorse. And I can assure everyone concerned about Pen Green's future that this Labour Group is behind you and will do all we can. Our third amendment is regarding garden green waste. Now, we're not here to rehash the arguments on this policy. It will be very difficult to reverse, and we accept that. But we are concerned on the impact that this extra charge will have on our poorest residents. At a time with high inflation, and when people are choosing between heating and eating, residents are looking at household bills and making cuts to their own budgets. They are looking at non-essential subscriptions like streaming services and cancelling them. They are unlikely to take up a green waste charge subscription. We feel that this policy will need to be looked at as there is not the uptake the council thought there would be. We feel residents will be looking around at other areas and need to garden waste going into landfill. And despite the huge public backlash and petitions and consultation, this policy, many are unaware of its existence and are surprised to find the green tags on their bins. I really worry for our poorest residents facing this unfair extra tax. We want to ease the burden on those that will be hardest hit with this charge by giving them a 25% reduction. This will be for 1 year based on the position they are in when they sign up to the policy. We want to make it as easy as possible for our officers to administer this. This will cost £69,000 and be funded from the General Reserve. We will listen to our residents and we will stand by them. The fourth amendment is a little bit of money that can make a huge difference to our children in North Northamptonshire. We want to use £60,000 from the General Reserve to fund an educational psychologist, which will focus on prevention. We believe that this is much needed help that will prevent future costs down the line. We are committed to making sure that when the roof is, when the rain is raining, we are still making sure that we are prepared to fund mitigate costs in future. Thank you. Please take notice of our proposals, which will benefit our residents and make North Northamptonshire a better place to live and work. We'll show that we're a listening council and at least consider and vote for them. Chair, I'd like to move the amendments and I'd like to ask if we can take them one by one rather than en bloc.
Thank you, Councillor. Please may I see Councillor John McGee to second the Labour Group amendment. John, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this and I reserve my right to reply.
Thank you. Are there any speakers to this item, please? Could you press the button, Councillor? Anybody else wish? I've got 3 so far, 4 so far. Any more? Okay, well, 5. Keep doing them as you want. The first, Councillor Colquhoun, please.
Thank you, Chair. And me, I'd like to speak in support of the amendments. And I see them as very logical, very sensible, well thought out and budgeted. I would like to particularly refer, if I may, Chair, to item amendment number 2. That'd be okay. Pen Green Nursery, as it says, Pen Green Integrated Centre. We've heard very eloquent presentations from 5 speakers associated with Pen Green, and I'm not going, as a layperson, to try and emulate what they very eloquently stated, except to say that obviously they have the full support of the Labour group. And we really need to be looking at proper funding. I find it shameful, actually, Chair, that we're back here this year again, as we were last year, sort of cap in hand, asking NNC to adequately fund this wonderful, internationally renowned integrated centre. As one of the speakers quite properly put it, cutting the funding to Pen Green is a false economy. What it will do, of course, is spread the needs, if you like, elsewhere to other authorities, other agencies, and we'll have to pick up not only the bill, but the fragments of ruined people. So, with that, Chair, I would like to support this, these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My screen has gone blank here. I think we've had a wipeout, but I do remember that Jim Hakewell, you had your name to speak. Maybe you'd like to carry on while until we get it back.
Red. But we're green now. That's more like it, an alliance. Chairman, I'd just like to read on the item which is number 3, which is those who are vulnerable in relation to the green waste charge. I got an email from a resident just the other day because it's now becoming apparent that this second charge for many of us in this Northants for green waste. The above is my mother-in-law. She is on full benefits, including pension credit, attendance, allowance, etc. She therefore doesn't pay any council tax. As you will appreciate, money is very tight, with priorities being eat, heating, caring, etc. You will appreciate I was absolutely dismayed when I was advised that this lady would be expected to pay for the emptying of the grey bin from the 1st of April 23. I was advised that there will not be any exceptions of payment for this service. Why? Jim, this is wrong. Who is responsible for this very poor and ill-thought-out policy against the poorest people in the council area? Please advise and provide me with contact details. Well, I'm very happy to provide the contact details for Councillor Lawman, which I will, of course, do in replying. But one of the things that is a constant theme in this budget is that we have a responsibility to vulnerable people. And this is diametrically opposed to that. Going back, if they want to or care to remember it, in Kettering Borough Council, for things like this and bulky waste items, we always had a recognition, a concession for pensioners and for people on benefits. Now, I'd like, in this wonderful tome that we have, if you go to page 91 in your agendas, 91, and what you will find there, Mr. Chairman, at the top of the page, highways and waste, green waste, harmonisation of green waste charges. And in brackets, for those who understand and for those who don't, in brackets means that is income, that is saving, that is money we have extracted from people with this £40. £1.3 million. Next year, 679, the year after, 302. So, in line with our colleagues in the Labour Group's amendment, we have £1.3 million surplus from the green waste. From within that, it seems not unreasonable to draw money to give a concession, as is proposed here. And I would also say that after the appallingly short consultation on community centre funding, you will also find in these papers that £112,000 has already been taken out before the year starts to reject and reverse the community centres in Corby funding. It is therefore a set precedent for this executive to U-turn as it did this time last year. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got nine further speakers, councillors. The next one is Councillor Jean Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. 1 ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, said Benjamin Franklin. Let's start by saying that there is a large amount of reserves. Of course, it's good business acumen to hold healthy reserves. Should this small figure of 60,000, this is on Amendment 4, sorry, Chair, pass in this full council, there will still be plenty remaining in reserves. The reserves will still be well within healthy limits. We would like to use £60,000 out of the general reserves to fund one educational psychologist with the specific aim of prevention due to the demand of the current educational psychologists have been diverted away from prevention to give their whole focus to working with those with the most need. This vital work that cannot wait, yet what this does not do in any way is focus on getting behind the issues. Every £1 spent in prevention saves £13 later in life. If this were true for the 60,000, then we could see a future reduction in demand to the public purse of 7,800,000. That's more of a fair trade. This educational psychologist would have a specific aim of prevention, and as such will be available for educational settings to purchase. We are looking at a salary that is equal to that of the professional this unitary authority also already employs, of £50,000. With the added on costs, we expect £60,000 per annum. On the calculation of £60,000 divided by 48 working weeks of the year, that would give us a cost of £1,250 broken down into 30 working hours, leaving 10 hours of reports, for the reports to be written. That's an hourly cost of £41. The average hourly cost for private educational psychologists is around £180 per hour, raising to £210 per hour. If we were able to sell 30 hours a week at £180, we would have an income of £5,400 per week. Removing the £1,250 for outlay gives us an overall profit per week of £4,150. Over a year, that translates to just under 200,000 in profit. This income could further prevention in subsequent years, and every penny spent would bring down the future funding demands, and most importantly, this would change the life chances of our most vulnerable.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mark Pengelly, please.
Got to get comfortable, Mr. Mayor. I'm not used to standing at these meetings. Colleagues, this time last year, many will remember that there were massive cuts to Pen Green due to the way we decided to distribute the grant that was awarded to it. And I'd like to thank the Council for finding some extra money for some transition funding. And we gave money, extra money in fact, to 3 of the nurseries, but Pen Green still had a massive cut last year. And this year, with the way we're going to allocate funding, Pen Green will be hit with a even bigger cut. And I'm just wondering, what services are we going to cut? Who are we going to go and say, sorry, but because of North Northamptonshire Council, you're not going to get the support that Pen Green have given you over all these years? Because Pen Green, as we've all been told, is not just a nursery, it's a centre of excellence that provides support to families. There's alternatives, and there's alternatives in this room. And the alternatives, of course, is the Family Hub. On the 24th of February 2022, the Conservative MP for Corby, Tom Pursglove, brokered a meeting for Pen Green staff with Andrea Ledson, the MP that many of you in this room know. And Andrea Ledson was a junior minister leading on the Family Hub. So what Andrea Ledson said was there was no provision this year for North Northampton to be part of the Family Hub. But what happened? Pen Green then went and met with Will Quince, who was a minister. And the date for that was, I've got the date, the 24th of March. And Pen Green explained what they were about, how they helped families, how they supported families, how they worked with families. And Will Quince said, you're an ideal location to be a leading family hub. You're the kind of organisation we want to be a hub. And in April 2022, surprise, surprise, this government, this Conservative government, decided to give funding for a hub to North Northamptonshire. That is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? North Northamptonshire got funding for a family hub. So where should that money be directed? It should be directed to Pen Green and then to the other 3 nursery provisions in North Northamptonshire for what is needed, for them to work with families. But it looks like North Northamptonshire have decided not to do that. They've gone against what our MP wants. They've gone against what Will Quinn wants. They've gone against what the Minister wants, Andrea Ledson. Now is the time for this council to work with Pen Green, to make it a family hub, to make the other 3 provisions in North Northamptonshire a family hub as well, and get that money directed to where it's needed, to the families where it's needed. I urge that we, from today, look at using Pen Green as a family hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dorothy Maxwell, please.
Quote, all children, no matter of their postcode, should receive the same level of access to good quality early years and children care provision. Pen Green, which gets an income more than the other three, at a cost of £100,000 the other three get, in my view, should be treated equally. If we hadn't actually backed the other three, they would have gone under. And we should actually be encouraging more maintained nurseries set up in other areas. And I feel, at the end of the day, that Pen Green, which gets 350 and the others get 100, is somewhat different. Therefore, I feel that every child, regardless of where they live in this area of NNC, should be treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ross Armour, please.
Right, we're on. Just on the green waste charge again, as Councillor Hatewell mentioned, the council has profiled for an income of 1.358 million from green waste charges. As of the 15th of February, only 2,000 households across the unitary have signed up. By my calculations, that gives us an income so far of about 75,000. Of the 2,000 households, only 9% of these are Corby residents, which equates to about 180 households. At that rate, bin lorries in Corby will be driving up and down streets using expensive diesel, trying to spot a green bin with a sticker. There are no concessions to this service for those in receipt of means-tested benefits. There is no facility to pay in instalments. The charge is not pro rata, even if you sign up later than the 1st of April. April Fool's Day, nonetheless. We know the overwhelming feedback from the public was that this policy was not supported. And again, as was mentioned earlier, at a time of the cost of living crisis, not many people have a spare £40. But say you're an occasional gardener, you can simply pay £16.50 for some bags, and when you have enough of them stacked up in your garden, you can contact the council and arrange collection. I'm afraid it seems this policy is doomed to fail, and if it's not amended, it will result in more damage to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Buckingham, Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you very much, and please excuse me not standing up. I find it quite difficult to do that.
That's quite all right, Councillor.
Thank you. And I'd like to speak on behalf of Pen Green. It was this time last year that, excuse me, this time last year that the executive had a meeting about the future of Pen Green. But it wasn't just about the maintained nursery funding. It was about what Pen Green went over and beyond and did within our communities. We heard lots of stories of how Pen Green has helped, especially with mental health, with families, with support. And it's about community and our resilience as a community to build up our people to ensure that they have the best outlook in life. Those early years are so important. It's a preventative service as well. And what it gives us is a value, not just a cost. If you look at the value of what Pen Green gives us, not just here in Corby, but we train people all across the world that come in as a centre of excellence. And I support this amendment to give them the time that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harriet Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to remain seated if that's okay due to a knee injury. Chair, something that I think is important as councillors is that we work with all members across this chamber, and that's certainly something I apply to the work that I do. but I would find it difficult to accept the amendments that have come forward today. And I'll set out the reasons for that, which are quite simple, actually. They appeared in our inboxes at 5:30 last night. Now, something that is reiterated to us as councillors on a daily basis is that policy and changes to policy, etc., need to go through the correct routes in order to be scrutinised. Scrutiny is something that is very important to this council and has been clearly set out by Councillor Bunday, the different measures by which the main budget that we have was subjected to. Councillor Keane said that they're listening to residents day in, day out, and I don't doubt that. We all do that. But in order to be delivering for our residents day in, day out, we need to be ensuring that the budget proposals that we put forward go through the correct processes, have that scrutiny, and the consultation processes that go through with that. So I'm afraid on that basis I can't support things that simply come out of a hat at 5:30 the day before a budget is going to be debated, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got 7 more speakers so far. Councillor Scott Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to address items 2 and 4. Maintain Nursery Supplementary Fund is not core funding. Pen Green is in receipt of core funding in line with the national funding formula for all early years providers. We did talk about this a year ago with an executive meeting with all 4 maintained nurseries, and we made it clear that we would be looking at the participation model in moving forward. And to that, the leader announced that each nursery would have additional funding to help them towards working towards this model. So to give them another £250,000 this year would be unfair on the other 3 nurseries as well, which have used their funding to move towards a participation model. Pen Green do a good job in the community, and I have visited Pen Green a couple of times, and I am aware of the services that they provide, and the offer is still there to work with them to provide and look at other sources of funding that can come forwards. The invitation is open, and we're very happy to work with them. Item 4, regarding the educational psychologists. There's a national shortage of educational psychologists, and the Council have struggled to recruit permanent educational psychologists to fill existing vacancies, relying on consultants and associates to meet the statutory requirements in children's services. The Council do support a model of prevention and enter into service level agreements with schools for access to educational psychology support. The current rate is £650 a day for approximately 4 to 5 hours work. This is in line with the recognised rates paid for educational psychologists and ensure all costs are appropriately covered. Schools have not challenged the rate, but like the Council, they are frustrated by the lack of educational psychologists to deliver this work. Prevention activity takes place and is self-funding. The limitations are in line with the availability of educational psychologists. School budgets continue to come under extreme pressure, and therefore it would not be appropriate in the current climate for us to support a proposal where the Council is seen to profit from schools. Therefore, I cannot support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McGee, Zoe McGee, please.
Working? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Before you scoff at Amendment 2, before you say that it's not well thought out, before you give us your, I could use the word excuses, about why you do not want to support this, I urge you to just think. This time last year, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, members, leaders of this council stood in Kingswood, in the Grange, in Queensway, in pitch black, spoke to our residents and spoke to our families who were struggling, who are on the edge, and said they care about levelling up. They care about our families. They care about families who are living in crisis and living in deprivation. Your actions say differently to your words. Dismantling Pen Green is the opposite of levelling up. You should be ashamed. What has North Northants actually done on the back of the Levelling Up Scrutiny Committee to get maintained funding for all nurseries, for all sustainable funding for all maintained nurseries? What has actually gone on to practice levelling up in this county. I am astounded that we can sit here and tear apart an institution that, quite frankly, if you do not believe that this is going to cost us more money in the long run, you are delusional. Now, an extra 10 million has been made available from the Maintained Nursery School Supplementary Funding. Has anyone even spoke to the Department of Education about Pen Green, the unique position they're in, the relationship they already have, to explain this unique position and to support families who need help? Quite honestly, support Amendment 2. Let's do our job. Let's get sustainable funding for all 4 maintained nurseries. But let's not use these silly excuses and have real lives, real consequences for children and their families off the back of this, quite frankly, political silliness. Right. Do the right thing, support levelling up, show that you actually care about families in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. Councillor Jason Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and how do I follow that shouty speech? But anyway, I will do my best. So I'd like to reaffirm my colleagues' comments on the left here, how we stand ready to help Pen Green in any way we can to find alternative funding. And as he rightfully pointed out, we sat here in the executive meeting last year and allocated some further funding to all our maintained nursery provisions. It is something that we hold close to our hearts, our maintained nursery provision across the whole of North Northamptonshire. Every child should have the same opportunity across the whole of North Northamptonshire, not just in Corby. I'd like to also move on now to the item 1, the additional £2 million that's been put forward to put into the pay rise pot. I find this quite a bizarre request from the opposition because obviously NJC terms state what the pay rise is going to be. So if the NJC terms come back with an 8% pay rise, we would have to find that through mitigations and various other sources. We also include in that pay rises our other members of staff who aren't actually part of the NJC terms and conditions, because that's what this council is about. It's about caring for all of our staff who do the great work every day for this authority. Finally, I would just like to cover the item 4, and I'm very surprised at this amendment that's come forward for the budget today, and I echo the comments of my colleague Councillor Pentland, where this came through very late last night with any real thought process in it. And clearly the bit that concerns me the absolute most is this talk about almost £200,000 profit a year from our educational services within the school. It's not acceptable to make a profit from a school, and you should hang your heads in shame to even suggest this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham Lorman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address Amendment 3, please. And firstly, to dispel this rumour that the £1.3 million that's on page 91 is a surplus. It is not. It is a saving that still leaves a subsidy of between £600,000 and £700,000 required for general taxation in order to meet the garden waste scheme costs. Also, officers are quite happy with the speed of registrations to the scheme. It is completely in line with what they've experienced before at other authorities, and many people have registered. As it happens, the former borough of Wellingborough area is zooming ahead and has 54% of the registrations. Picking up on the amendment itself, there's no breakdown of what the 69,000 is for, and certainly we would not support taking money from General Reserve. Once General Reserves are spent, they are gone and can't be respent. There is part of the fairness of the scheme was that if you don't have a garden, you won't be paying for it. So anybody without will not be making that thing. And also one of the suggestions has always been that neighbours can share. So if 2 or 3 of them get together, they've got a small garden, they can, one of them could take it and 3 or 4 of them can share it. This proposal would have a consequence for officer time and cost. That they would have to negotiate and would have to administer the scheme. There's also no guidance in here on what the position you are on in the day you sign up is. That is completely left out, so no thought has been given to the detail of this scheme, so we cannot support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Valerie Anslow, please.
Thank you. Surely, Councillor Pentland and Councillor Smithers, you wouldn't expect us just to turn up and roll over and accept this budget. You would expect us to put forward some amendments, which we have done. And I'd like to speak on number 4 to begin with, give it a little bit of a personal story. I have a niece who is in a school in Northamptonshire, who is desperate for an educational psychologist to visit that school and to work with her. She's not the only one. There are many, many across the authority who need educational psychologists, but all their time is spent dealing with the backlog that we understand because of COVID, because of all manner of things that might be happening in their lives. So, for me, number 4 seems like a good deal, 60,000. I do agree that, yes, we shouldn't be trying to make money out of schools. That is a point. But 60,000 would save us in the long term, because those children who at the moment will have to wait 2 years, maybe, as long as that, before they can see somebody, those children and those families also are suffering. So that's my point on number 4. I think it's something we should really consider and vote on. I'd like to also mention Pen Green. As part of the Scrutiny Commission, I visited all 4 nurseries. 2 of them are in my hometown, Highfield and Croyland, and it was wonderful to see the change that was made because of the money given last year to those 2 nurseries. However, I wouldn't want Pen Green to lose out on its fantastic resources, on the fantastic work that it does. Having been a teacher myself, I know that the nursery sector was always known as the Cinderella service. Always known as that. Always underfunded. Never had enough money, because it was always the youngest who miss out. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that money for Pen Green needs to be given, to give them extra time to find other funding streams so that they can continue their excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a number of points I'd like to make. The first one is that this is about fairness and equality, and we've not heard much of it in this chamber, despite people are claiming to be fair and equal. If you were to listen to the speakers, you would have concluded this is Corby Council, not Northants Council. I've not heard a single word about Rushton. Rushton doesn't have a nursery that's subsidised, yet we're pouring money into the other areas. Rushton pays higher council tax than the other areas, yet we're pumping more subsidies in there. Rushton has been paying for green waste for years, yet we don't hear anyone saying, oh, what's fair? We've made it fair now. We've made everybody have to pay roughly the same. There's not been much fairness in this place, I'm afraid, and it's about time we saw more of it. Yes, I've got passion too. It's not just the other sides that have passion.
Tranquilo, Andy, please.
Pardon, Chair?
Spanish, tranquil, please. Tranquilo.
I hope that applies to all speakers, Chairman. Right, next. If there were some signs of logic, common sense and fairness in these amendments, I might be able to support them. But I don't see any signs of fairness or equality. And let's look at, just as an example, the amendment number 4. That proposes to pay a salary out of general reserves. Well, what happens at the end of the year? Do we make the person redundant, or do we take it out of general reserves the next time? You can't pay a salary out of general reserves unless you're prepared to put them on the staff establishment. That's what I mean by not thinking it out. Overall, these amendments are Corby-centric by people who don't yet realise they're North Northants councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got 3 left so far. Councillor Lee Wilkes, please.
Thank you, Chair. As has been said already by those the people that came before me, I too am never a fan of last-minute and costed budget amendments, nor really of using reserves for single issues without considering the whole of North Northants. Talking really of rushed last-minute and costed amendments, I am drawn to item 4. Now, I'm an employer, and I don't think that there has been any consideration to the fact that this person that might be employed might go off sick or deserve a holiday or require any expenses to do this travelling. You wouldn't risk your own money on this kind of business plan. And just because this is the public's money, I don't think we should be saying, well, let's take a risk with their money, not with ours. It is ironic, of course, to be presented with a flawed amendment for this uncosted business plan to make profit from schools when the same business plan we've heard says that we shouldn't be making a profit from schools. With item 1, here I find myself agreeing with Councillor Keane. The staff, of course, do need to be supported and they do need to be invested in. That's something that I'm proud that North Northants Council already do. But there is a misunderstanding, I think, here by the Labour group of how these pay scales are determined. The National Joint Council for Local Government Services determines the pay scales and the awards for staff. This council signed up to the NJC, so whatever they decide, NNC would rightly pay those awards. So the amendment doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make any sense. But I think the reason that it's here is simply because there is a misunderstanding from some members of how the budget works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wendy Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've spent a long time actually discussing these amendments, which we only received at 17:31 yesterday evening. I would have expected them to have been accompanied with a comment from the Section 151 officer. So my question is, I'd like to know whether the finance team and the Section 151 officer have actually had a chance to look at these amendments and therefore the ability, and to look at the robustness and therefore the ability to deliver a balanced budget which is both robust and leaves adequate reserves for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leanne Buckingham, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Smithers, just to bring back your point, I think we all have the opportunity to learn and grow. When you said your shouty comments, that's often utilised when passionate women speak. So I'd just say, let's just be careful about how we use that, because I don't think we would probably have said it with Councillor Mercer. We all have an opportunity to learn, all of us. Councillor Edwards, wonderful news that you're happy to continue discussions to look for further funding. The funding's still coming into this county. The 1.2 million that's coming into this county from DFE is still coming in. It's just not coming into the right place or the same place. Now, happy to look at priorities. Let's make sure we're sending it to the right places. And if Rushden needs it, then absolutely Rushden should have it too. But actually, we go back some years of the reason why we're in this council, because somebody else decimated the funds back then that needed a children's trust to be created, which changed the whole landscape. Now, if comments that I've heard are correct, whereby some people have said, some have tried to close Pen Green in the past and I will succeed, mark my words, if this happens on your watch, you will rue the day. Pen Green is the jewel in our crown and should be utilised as such. Internationally renowned, internationally, training other centres in best practice, and here we are trying to cull it. On to the point 4 of the amendment. You're absolutely right, we shouldn't be making profit out of schools. You're absolutely right. So what on earth is academisation? Why is academisation taking a huge back office log from local schools and pumping it into private sectors for people to make profits? It's absolutely laughable that you try and attack us with your own stupidity. Now, another reason for bringing this to you was actually the director wants to do some prevention. The staff want to do prevention. There's more they want to do. Let's give power to their elbow. I don't want to make a profit out of anyone's suffering. However, moving a little bit of resource to create that absolute raft, you're right, they might be off sick, they might have annual leave, hence why we only divided it by 48 weeks of the year. Of course you can have annual leave, of course you can have sick. There is a big enough buffer for us to have still broke even. I think these are all perfectly reasonable. And you're absolutely right, we wouldn't bring a business case to you today, would we? Because we open the conversation here and we drill down the detail of what's supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Helen Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite disheartening, actually, when it turns a bit nasty in this chamber, I must say. I think everybody just needs to calm down and realise that we're here to represent the residents of the whole of North Northants. We don't want to turn this into a bit of a playground issue, and I think everybody needs to calm down. Item number 2, Pen Green. It's been said before, every single one of our maintained nurseries does an absolutely amazing job. And we were here last year, and we did come to the conclusion, and we were working towards this participation model. And that is why this administration made a really significant gesture by giving Pen Green Nursery £350,000, which was substantially more than the other 3 maintained nurseries. And that was to enable Pen Green Nursery to work towards finding other funding streams and prepare themselves for what was coming. It was clearly stated that that was a one-off payment, and everybody was well aware of that. You know, it's not about taking away from Pen Green. It's not about Corby all of the time. It's about the whole of North Northants. It's about every single child. I'm a mother and a grandmother. If I was to give one of my children 5 sweets and the other one just 1, would that be fair? Absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. We're all corporate parents here as well, and we shouldn't be treating any child differently. On the garden waste, I think it's been said that actually, it's a shame that the opposition don't actually read the budget and understand the costings. The 137,000 is not a profit. It actually costs this council, as Councillor Lawman said, a considerable amount of money. Please read the budget, please understand the figures, and if you don't understand them, I suggest you get a little support. As for item 3, the 69,000 towards the garden waste, where on earth did you get this figure from? You know, as I said, it's a piece of paper that turns up the day before we have a budget. It doesn't explain the percentage of residents who qualify for this discount. There's nothing, no detail whatsoever in it. And as for Councillor Leanne Buckingham, you say you shouldn't be making a profit from the schools. Absolutely right, we shouldn't be. But you're supporting an amendment that proposes making a profit from schools. I just can't support these amendments. They're ridiculous.
Thank you, Councillor. One speaker to go so far. Councillor Lloyd Bundy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think plenty has been said on item 1, so I won't mention that. Item 4, yeah, we want an educational psychologist. The problem is that they are very, very few and far between, and we're doing our best to actually recruit. Going on to item 2 and Pen Green, Labour Group have made it blatantly obvious they support Pen Green. Can I just say now, Chair, that this Conservative group support all grant-maintained nurseries, not just Pen Green. The DSG is a participation model, which means that it's a per-head basis. And from a per-head basis, it means that if inevitably the other 3 nurseries closed, then the amount of money that this council would get for the DSG would go down. I'm very surprised that this item has actually come to full council, because we discussed this at executive and everybody was quiet. Now, that surprised me. Perhaps it was because the report was actually authored by a member of the Labour group. So I'm very surprised at that. What I'd also say was £69,000 for garden waste for the people who can't afford it. I've just announced £460,000 assistance for our least able people, for our most vulnerable people. So quite honestly, I think that that figure's ridiculous. Going on from that, I said earlier that any amendments that came at this late stage, in my opinion, would be political showboating or plying the electorate for votes. Can I just share with you, that they were my words, but can I just share with you something that was said? In our view, any amendment to the current budget proposals currently under consideration will inevitably mean that members are required to consider them at short notice, with limited preparation and with limited assessment of the potential risks of such a course of action. This in turn gives rise to a concern that the Council may be putting at risk its future financial sustainability by entering into high-risk projects without the proper and full consideration that good governance requires. They weren't my words, they are the words of our auditors, Grant Thornton, on another authority. And can I just say that after Grant Thornton actually said that, the leader of the group that actually were proposing the amendments resigned. If there were election tomorrow, Chair, then what would we have if the opposition were in power? I would suggest to you that we would end up with an enhanced budget, a budget plus bankruptcy.
Councillor John McGee, I think you reserve the right to speak.
I did, Chair. Thank you for a lesson from Councillor Bundy, who, like many of his comrades down there, actually bankrupted a council. So we're not going to take lessons from you. And, Chair, as we're on that, talking about bankrupt, we put these forward in good faith, as the Constitution says we can, so read your own Constitution, and we got support from the finance officers who agreed with them. So you can spread all your lies and your tales if you want. People don't believe you anymore. It's like your consultations, you go to consultation and then ignore it. That's what the Conservative group's like in this council. They're horrendous, and we'll go on to our amendments, Chair, if I may. Councillor Maxwell absolutely sums up the debate about Pen Green. You don't understand the issue. You think it's a little building up there. You do not understand the issue about Pen Green. You think that there's 4 centres, not just one building up in Rockingham Road. My own area in Kingswood, which is a left-behind area, exactly what you're doing here, they will lose a nursery and they will lose provision if you do not support giving them that money. That's a fact. 3 other areas as well as Pen Green will be affected. So what should we do? Should we separate the 3 areas and make them in 10 nurseries, and then we need to pay more? That's what we should do, because they're going to miss out. We'll separate it. Kingswood will have its own nursery and you will need to fund it. That's what will happen if you don't support paying the money to Pen Green. Because it's not just Corby. We love North Northamptonshire, in fact Northamptonshire, and we support all our nurseries, our schools, the education system. And as for saying we're making profit out of education, what a farce. What a farce. That extra money will sustain, make it self-sustainable to have that job there in the long term. Nobody's making profit. It's going back in to where it should be to help our children. That's what it would do. That's what that money would do. And I listen to, this reminds me of the old county council. We are going to be a failing council. We are going to be a failing council. You can see it coming. And do you know why? Because you don't listen to the other groups. That's what happened at the old council, and you, through your Conservative ideology, won't listen to anybody else's idea and take them on board. That's what's happening. Councillor Bundy gave a speech here at the beginning. It felt like he was apologising for a Conservative government. That's what his speech sounded like. I'm sorry, my government's not giving us any money, so we need to cut all your services. We know that your government has said to councils, use your reserves. Do you know why they've said that? They've said that because they know they're not going to win the next election and there'll be no money in local government. And the services that we take for granted will be cut to the bone. Next year, an 18 million deficit. You say, I started looking at that yet. You should be working on that now to get that deficit down. That's horrendous. The year after, 54 million. That's because Conservative government doesn't care about our local councils. And that's true. And that's why these simple amendments to help our children, our families, our staff should be supported. We know you won't because you're Conservative ideology, any excuse under the sun not to listen to other groups who make common sense approaches. Read your own constitution the way it goes forward. That's what happens. And we look forward to the day, I might be gone by then because I'm getting on a bit, when yous are sitting at the back and we're down there running this council for everyone, not just the few, for everyone. So you should be ashamed if you do not support these amendments today. Help Pen Green now. I'll ask a simple question of Chair, if I may, simple question to your leader or who else. At the executive, I asked how many visits we had to Pen Green, and they says they'd send me a list. They sent me a list of the visits, didn't say any outcomes, didn't say they discussed how we're going to help them get that support. So what you did, you went away and looked at all audited all the books, asked them hundreds of questions, and not once did anyone in this council say, this is how we'll help you going forward. Too interested in trying to run it down. 3 times I've been on a march to save Pen Green over the years. That's how old I am. 3 times, Dr. Margie's up there. We've done it all. We've been there. And you are the ones that are going to destroy an excellent service, recognised by your own MPs in your own government. And you are the ones that are going to destroy it. Support this amendment now. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McKean, you've got 3 minutes to wind up. Thank you.
Yeah. Am I ready to wind up with this lot? It's so easy.
Sorry, John. Please.
Councillor Colquhoun, Pengelly, Anslow, Zoe McGee and Lynn Buckingham, thank you for your support. I agree with you that cutting this funding to Pen Green is false economy. There are alternatives and Conservative MPs have been supportive of Pen Green. Why is this Conservative council against it? It's a facility that benefits North Northamptonshire as a whole. It has huge value on preventing problems due to early intervention. Councillor Maxwell, I agree with you that every child, regardless of where they live, should be treated equally. We shouldn't be levelling down our services, as Councillor Zoe McGee has passionately said, but level up the others. Councillor Edwards, Howell and Smithers, what we're doing with the £250,000 is to buy them time, so I'm glad that you have agreed to and are happy to work with them. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to a meeting as soon as possible on how they can prevent the loss of this service. Councillor Hakewell, so many are surprised by this charge on garden green waste. I agree with you that it's a poor thought out policy. We wanted to put this amendment in to show our support for our most vulnerable residents, even the ones in Rushden, where people are counting every pound. Councillor Armour, I completely agree with you that this policy is doomed to fail, and I can't see it generating the income expected, and it will lead to diesel lorries looking for bins with stickers. Councillor Graham Lawman, we are not going to get the I don't think we are going to get the uptake predicted. I'm sure the figures will speak for themselves and we'll be able to review them next year. We tried to make it as easy as possible for officers to administer. So what we wanted to do is, if you're in receipt of council tax support on today, you would be able to subscribe for that at a 25% discount for the year. That was discussed with officers, and that's where we got the figure from. And that answers Councillor Howell's question as well. Councillor Addison, again, thank you for your support in the long term. For the long term, this will represent a saving to the council during prevention. Every £1 spent will prevent £13 of prevention in the future, and I believe Councillor Leanne Buckingham has answered a response to the other for the educational psychologist on item 4. Councillor Pentland, Wendy Brackenbury, Bundy and Wilkes. This council picks to which consultations are listened to and which ones haven't been. This has been fully costed and reviewed by officers, including the Section 151 officer. It's in the Constitution for us to put our amendments in. It's really rich to say that we will be taking a lecture from councillors who have actually bankrupted a local authority. Councillor Edwards and Wilkes, I believe Councillor Leanne Buckingham has responded to your questions on the educational psychologist, and Councillor McGee has responded also. Councillor Mercer, I am really sorry I've wound you up, but Pengreen benefits the whole unitary and nurseries throughout the unitary. And the concession benefit that we'll put in will also benefit the residents of Rushden. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keane, is it still your wish that you're going to deal with these votes separately, or can we take them as one?
Can we take them one at a time?
Thank you. I'll ask Paul Gold just to
I'll
through what's going to happen, please.
Yeah, the much quoted Constitution. I would draw your attention to page 7 of your agenda pack under item 11. So we need the general consent of council to take them as individual votes on the 4 items. General consent generally means just hands in the air. So, Chair, if you want to...
All those in favour of that, please. All those against it?
Sorry, I better explain again because I can hear people. Just to remind you, the amendments would normally be taken en bloc as one vote. However, the mover and seconder have requested that they be taken as individual votes, so 4 individual votes. However, as the Constitution states, now I draw your attention again to page 7 of your agenda pack, item 11, it is possible to split the amendments into 4 separate votes, but that needs to be done with the general consent of council. So, basically, council need to agree to take them as 4 separate votes or leave them en bloc. So, Chair, do you want to do the vote again?
On the show of hands that we've already had, I think it's fairly close, but it's against that.
Sorry, Chair, I would advise you do it again because I don't think some councillors...
Do you want to do a show of hands or electronic?
No, show of hands.
A show of hands.
General
All
consent.
those in favour of splitting it, please show your hands. Can we have a quick head count, please?
Hands in the air, please. Okay,
That's
thank you.
about 14 or 15. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
All those, thank you. All those against, thank you. Well, that's
Right, we'll be taken on block, Chair.
that's carried. We take it on block, councillors. Thank you. Do you wish to address anything? Okay, we now need to vote on the Labour group amendments. Ben, please, can you conduct the vote on the amendments only, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members, the vote is now commencing.
Sorry.
I need to see 8 people standing up then. Yeah, that's all right, councillor, thank you. Make sure they're recorded, please.
Okay, thank you, members. The vote, which will take 30 seconds, will commence now. There are 10 seconds remaining. and the vote is now closed.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, so the amendments moved by Councillor McKean be carried. There were 16 yes, 4 abstentions and 40 no, so the amendments have fallen.
Thank you, councillors. At this stage, the chairman wishes to visit the boys' room. So I think we'll have a short 10-minute break before we carry on. Thank you. couple of points, councillors, if I may. Firstly, there's one or two, seems over that side of the room, are not hearing very well of what's being said maybe by people at the front when they can't. They're not sitting close to them. And I'm assured that everything is turned up and we've got all these mics around the room. But perhaps when you do get the chance to speak, you could lower your mic and maybe pull it towards you a little bit and don't turn away from it when you're speaking. And that way we should get the message across to these people at the back there. You all right, councillor? Okay. Secondly, I've been reminded by the legal department that some of the wording in your speeches is a little bit emotive, and some of the language or the words that you choose to use, perhaps you shouldn't be. And I would just ask you to refrain and think what you're saying. I think I've said enough on that, but please cool it. Thank you. We'll now carry on where we left off. There have been no amendments on the report from the Green Alliance Group, but I would invite Councillor Hakewell to address Councillor. You have 5 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. First point I must make, like you, Chairman, is to welcome Councillor Kelly Watts, who I've known for a long time, my Deputy Mayor at Kettering, some few years ago, I would say, but welcome to you here. Councillor Fedorovich, as our leader, did try to agree with the rest of us, and we did, that they would try and work with portfolio holders in order to bring items that our alliance thought were applicable into the main budgetary process. But, and I knew sometime in my council and other career, my A-level religious knowledge would come in useful, those attempts fell on stony ground. So I think Emily will respond over time, but it was a shame that we couldn't try and work together with the administration and put one or two things in that our alliance would have liked to have done. So that was to be our strategy rather than an alternative budget. I'd like to thank officer colleagues for their dedication in producing this budget for political endorsement. Also thank all those frontline staff, of which we know there are very, very many vacancies, who day to day do deliver what we seek to achieve in this chamber. So a great thank you to them. This budget and its impact reflects political decisions in Westminster, as we've already heard, and the executive 10 councillors, their political decisions. Responsibility for this budget lies entirely and firmly with them. Government has given a one-year settlement. Throughout our papers, this has made medium-term planning almost impossible. Very hard to predict the future. What I would say is the executive must use its connections with local MPs, I understand there are connections with local MPs, to demand a longer-term statement of funding for this and all other councils. We need 3 years. You only have to read the papers to understand that. A large part of the savings in this budget are through holding open vacancies, and in the scrutiny that other councillors have mentioned, we heard time and again, saving due to vacancies, saving due to vacancies. Those vacancies are real and they are human. If you've got 3 people in a department on roll and you need 3 to do it and you've only got 2, those 2 are by definition doing 1.5 times the work or not doing it at all. This is completely unacceptable and it leads to people ultimately deciding to leave the authority. In the 315 pages that we have today, the word risk appears 199 times. Risk, 199 times. Scrutiny, when we did scrutiny, asked for base figures to make budget pressures meaningful last year, and we asked again this year. When you have a pressure on a budget of £7 million, It means absolutely nothing in scrutiny papers, and we wasted time drilling down into those figures. We need to know the original budget, what the pressure is, and ideally a percentage. I hope, and that's mentioned in the scrutiny report, that we will get usable economic and financial data to be able to use in the future. It's almost impossible to digest fully the 316-page document, although I do welcome on page 27, paragraph 4.31, that the government is going to create a user-friendly guide to finance. I really look forward to that, and I hope it won't be 316 pages long. I'd like to ask the portfolio holder what his definition of efficiencies is, whether it's the same as when he was on Kettering Borough, which includes savings through vacancies, and also efficiencies were often savings in other ways. Taking his supermarket analogy of leaving things empty, this budget will, of course, leave our potholes empty for the foreseeable year. I liked his analogy, but we don't buy enough tarmac to fill enough potholes. So the losers here will be those people, like many of us, who drive on our roads across the potholes that are there. Not enough money to do the job. In scrutiny, we asked for a list of all the fees and charges. 1, 2, 3 times. These are approved individually by our 10 executive members. We still do not have a list of fees and charges which were changed out of sight of any of us 78 wider membership. We need those because what's going to happen is on April the 1st, people are going to start paying more for things. Is that 5?
Yes.
I'll finish off later. I think I get another chance. So at the end of the day, this budget is a failing budget. It's going to be a council which is going the same way as many of those portfolio holders on the cabinet.
That's enough, Jim. Thank you. Thank you. Right, thank you, Councillor. We will now move back to the substantive report. Would any councillor wish to speak to this report? You have 3 minutes per contribution. I have nobody on the screen at the moment. No use putting your hand up, John. You've got to push the button. Thank you. Gotcha.
People, Chair.
So I've got John McGee, Paul Bell. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Charlie Best. 3 of you. And that's it. Matt Keane. Okay. John McGee, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm sure that legal advice might have been aimed at myself. I'd like to know exactly the words if I'm going to be corrected so I don't do it again. Maybe. But perhaps, Chair, we put, the budget going forward, you're right, it's going to, I think Jim's right to an extent, it's very, very difficult. We can't fix the potholes. The road users who pay tax, they're going to be extremely worried about that. You only have to drive around this town and through to Rushden to see the potholes, which I did the other day. They're everywhere, and we're going to be failing on that again. But, Chair, I'm more worried about the next 2 years. Because one of your executive members there said at the executive the other day, we've got hard decisions coming. And we expect hard decisions in a council. Nobody joins a council to make hard decisions, but you have to do it at times. But what they'll do is they'll pick the easy routes, like the leisure services and stuff that were built up over years that makes people feel good. And their cuts will come when we have an 18 million deficit and a 54 million deficit the year after. And that's all because the Conservative government has failed over the last 20 years to fund local government correctly. We know that. 60% cuts to local government. So this budget is extremely hard to bring in on budget. And the only way you will make the savings is using the vacancies and staff, as has been suggested. And that means we put our other staff under pressure. We go away and they work for other councils, or they're sick and they're ill, and they're not here to do the job. So the risk that's mentioned in here is a very, very real risk. We recognise that. So we will be keeping an eye through the next few years on the rates of sickness of our staff and the support that's given and the money spent on agency staff. If we could get that under control, we'd be better off, wouldn't we? It's absolutely horrendous the money we spend on agency staff. Chair, so we struggle that this will come in on budget, and I can't put my hand up to support something I know that's more than likely to fail, unfortunately. And I understand there's a lot of hard work went into it. A lot of hard work, mainly by your officers, but some of you in the front. And we respect that. We do respect it. But we think this won't work, unfortunately. And we will keep a close eye on the amount of staff and agency staff going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Paul Bell, please.
You'll forgive me for not standing.
Of course.
Well, one of the first budget debates I can take part in. It doesn't remind me anything of 5 years of being a leader of a former sovereign authority. I have to say, in the previous sovereign authority, the opposition and the ruling party worked together for the benefit of the people. Actually, it sounds like it. We're in a Colosseum in Rome. We want to score political points. You know, what's good for this and that? We hear someone saying, oh, well, we'll do this with this, and moaning about staff shortages. Well, wake up to the real world. You can't get staff. There's a national shortage. Social workers are one of the prime cases. And if you want to look at planning, you can't even get a planning officer unless they're agency staff. They can make more money. Let's start working together as a team, not fighting each other. Now, many years ago, when I was at the county council before it went bankrupt, and I wasn't one of those there when it went bankrupt, the chief executive then said, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Your rate support grant will disappear by 2026. You've got to start thinking different ways to make money. Well, do forgive me, Leader, whatever it did, it built a crematorium, which produces an income into this borough, into the Lend borough, now into Northamptonshire, which is for the benefit of the people. It helped reduces the revenue budget. We then hear a moaning about potholes. Well, let's be honest, every part of this country's got potholes, including motorways. And what do we get from the Government Minister for Transport? Tough. What do we pay road fund tax for if it's not for potholes and maintenance of roads? Not to pay for anything else that the government wishes to use it for. If you're going to tax the motorists, use the money back on the roads. It's not our responsibility. The council should be funding. We already pay it once, it's being taxed twice. And then let's get down to the worst thing. We're going to have a balanced budget this year. Well, that's fantastic work. And then we hear, oh, we're going to have 18 million short next year. We'll have a dig in now because it's a political right thing to do, Chair. But not saying to the portfolio holder, can we work together and see if we can resolve this budget and where we get the savings? Or do we invest in to produce a new form of revenue income? We have industrial estates that this authority has, which produces rent incomes. Can we look at that? Then I have a member who says, well, I haven't seen the charges and that. Well, I'm sure if he spoke to the Democratic Services, they would provide them. It's our right if the information's there under the Constitution. You've only got to take last year's charges and add up the rate of inflation. Whatever we do, and I beg you to think about it, we have to do for the people of Northampton, all of North Northamptonshire, not just one group. Because well, you might say you've got problems in Corby, come to the Queensway in Wellingborough and see the problems. Yeah, I know, time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Charlie Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just got a few comments with regard to specifically housing and the budget. One of the proposals we put forward was to have a full team of EPC, energy efficiency officers, to assess our housing stock. Without them, our retrofit programme will go nowhere. So it sounds great that we're going to retrofit and improve our housing stock, but without those critical people, we're going to go nowhere. Now, the member who just spoke talked about shortages of staff, and of course that's true, but maybe we could recruit and train people ourselves who are not currently trained appropriately. There are innovative ways of looking at these things. We asked the council to consider early in the year supplementary building regs for new developments, and the council chose not to do that. The result of that is we've got developments, I have 2 in my own ward, houses being built today, not even to the current building regs, but to the last lot of building regs because of a loophole they used. We're going to have people buying those houses needing to upgrade and retrofit their new houses probably within 10 years. And that's crazy. That's something we could have done, could still choose to do. We've got the ill-conceived rent increase cap from Westminster, which of course limits the amount of revenue we've got to replace and improve our own housing stock. Westminster obviously takes the view that everybody who lives in a council house is destitute, and we know that's not the case. So I find myself looking at this budget and seeing it as conservative in every sense of the word. Conservative with a big C and conservative with a little c. It seems to prioritise maintaining the status quo over creativity and innovation. I really appreciate the work that's been done in putting it together. I know it's not easy, but I have to say I ultimately find it disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matt Keane, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank all the officers and members who have worked tremendously hard in preparing this budget. So much work has gone into this huge task, and we know the uncertainties with what the economic outlook at the moment, so appreciate what a task this has been. Secondly, I would like to remark on how welcome it is to see the Council's U-turn on the cuts to the community centre grants. Let's hope, like Pen Green, though, we don't have to have this argument every year. But it is much welcome, because this would have had a devastating impact on our local community. I would say that we really need to improve further on utilising the savings that can be made by the merger into a unitary authority. I would say that we need to make sure that we're looking after our staff. We need to make sure we need to retain the staff, invest in them, and fill the outstanding vacancies to smooth the reliance on agency staff. We're not making the best use of the buildings that the council own, and we could accelerate identifying property that is no longer needed. This will offset running costs at a time where utility costs are sky high and can gain capital receipts to ease the burden on future budgets. I'm also concerned that next year that we need to find £18 million of savings, and all the work that's gone into creating the new councils and the sacrifices that our former districts and boroughs made, we would be looking to work with the authority on how we can do this. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where the county council was. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank everybody, all the officers, all the members and the finance team who have spent tireless hours in putting together a comprehensive and balanced budget that we have in front of us. It's an enormous amount of work that was done, and I commend everybody who's had any involvement in it, whether in actually putting it together or scrutinising it or feeding into it. And then that's from all groups as well as the Conservative group. Something that Councillor Hakewell said a moment ago, in fact, I think rather underestimates it. He's right. The executive does own the budget, but so does everybody else in the room. And so does everybody else who is not in the room. This budget is owned by every resident or visitor or business in Northamptonshire. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of issues came up. Yeah, you know, potholes, absolutely. There are many potholes in Northamptonshire, and we do our best to fill them. And extra funding was found last year, specifically for road improvements. But as has been pointed out, you can go elsewhere in the country and the problem's just as bad and sometimes worse. There's some interesting stories that you hear about the surface of the moon on the major A roads, and it's not always in this part of the world. Yes, again, Councillor Hakewell, we absolutely welcome scrutiny and engagement and discussion with members of other groups, and I've in fact had meetings with Councillor Federovich, which have been quite positive, and I welcome more such meetings from yourself, from the Labour group, from colleagues in the Conservative group, or anybody else to help in my own portfolio area, and I know that all my colleagues on the Executive would also welcome such. So absolutely, we're very much in favour of engagement and dialogue. Maybe, however, not having substantive amendments to the budget presented the evening before, because as was pointed out in the debate on that, it's too late and too little time to actually analyse what you're trying to achieve, no doubt very well intentioned though it was. But in conclusion, Chair, I think we've got a well-structured, well-ordered budget. I think that it takes account of the pressures that we face, both from national and from local pressures. I think it takes account of the challenges and aspirations that we as North Northamptonshire wish to bring forward. I think it is, clearly we've got pressures coming down the track which we will have to mitigate, and discussions are very much involved in what happens in future years. But here we are with a balanced budget, with a good position for growth, and I commend this budget to you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking all the councillors and council officers for doing a brilliant job over the last year. No one could have predicted, amongst us anyway, that we were about to see a major European war, that most of the gas supplies from the east to Western Europe were going to be cut off, oil prices were going to spike, gas prices were going to go absolutely sky high. No one could have predicted that, and this council had to absorb all those extra costs. That's what the contingency part of the budget is there for, to cope with the unexpected, which is why you don't spend the contingency part of the budget during a budget amendment. Now, we are going to see, well, inflation has reached nearly 10%. We're going to see that start to drop off. It will hopefully come down to about 6%, I reckon, by around September. That's my guess. Hopefully the war will not spread any further than it has already. But we've also got to expect that there will be one or two black swan events come out of it at some point, such as blowing up the Nord Stream pipelines. Apparently the Dutch have detected some Russian ships sniffing around the North Sea oil wells, which is concerning. So there will be at least one more black swan event before we're finished. But providing you've planned conservatively, small c, which Conservative councils, big C, tend to do, then when you get to the events, you've got something in reserve or contingency to cope with it. Now, just one last thing I'd say as an aside. I've presented 5 years' worth of budgets at East Northampton Council in the past, and something which our opposition probably will find hard to believe, one of my budgets got voted down, got it amended and then got it accepted. The cabal of councillors who were assembled to vote it down was led by Councillor Jill Mercer.
Thank you, Councillor. How'd you follow that? Maybe I should give you the right to reply. Councillor Sarah Tubbs, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you very much to everyone who has worked to put this budget together. You can tell that a lot of work has gone into it. And also thank you to the Labour Group for putting forward their amendments, because all of that comes together to create what goes forward. So what I just wanted to make note to now was the money that is set to be designated to tackling climate change. So in the proposed budget, there is 250,000 for this next year, and that's so great to see, and we're very appreciative of that from the Green Alliance. Last year, there was $500,000 put towards tackling climate change. However, only 100,000 of this has actually been spent. So I'd really like to see all of this 250,000 for this current year spent, and hopefully we can all work together to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bill Colquhoun, please.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon me. Just looking here, Chair, on page 11.27, 2.7, sorry, and the bullet points there. Helping people lead active, fulfilled lives, building better, brighter futures, develop safe and thriving places and build connected communities. And yet when I read through this budget, I'm not seeing how those can come about. as an outcome of this budget. It just doesn't seem right for me, but that's something I'll discuss a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Helen Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to comment on two of the comments that have been made so far. One, about the fact that the word risk is mentioned so often in this budget report, and the other, that this is a conservative budget with a small c. And I'd just like to point out that the largest spending area of the council is adult services, which is a demand-led service. And I would like to commend my team and our finance teams for the first 2 years of this council delivering a balanced budget against a really difficult backdrop. That gives us a large amount of confidence in our budget setting for this year. And as we go forward year by year, our confidence in delivering those demand-led services will get better and better. And I think when you're faced with such difficulties, you have to be very careful delivering such a budget. Therefore, it's not surprising that you're going to see the word risk mentioned many times. And the idea that it's a conservative budget with a small c is because we're a careful, considerate council, and we are not in the we don't intend to be spending taxpayers' money in indiscriminate manner when we have to make sure that we deliver those core services well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes those who have requested to speak. Now, I'm minded that Councillor Mark Rowley...
Chair, sorry. Look at the list.
Ah. Where did they come from? Councillor Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps unsurprisingly for others in this room, I'm supportive of this budget that is coming forward. I think that the scrutiny that has gone into this has been very thorough, and it continues to invest in our services, and the report sets that out with close to £57 million invested in vital services to deliver for Northamptonshire residents. As Councillor Bunday set out and others have said, the financial position of the council more broadly is under constant review in order to protect the interests of local residents. And there are a variety of streams of funding to assist those who are facing financial difficulty, which is particularly important at this time. We're continuing to deliver on the key priorities of this council, including looking after the environment and tackling climate change in the ways that we can. And over the last year, there has been significant progress made to that end, particularly, for example, with the carbon management plan, which came forward recently, which sets out this council's position in terms of carbon emissions, but also importantly how we will tackle those over the coming months and years. And this, as well as that, all directorates are putting a focus on this within their budget, tackling climate change from the funding streams that they have available to them, which is really important, that it's not left in a silo, that all directorates are taking charge and looking at this. Councillor Tubbs, welcome your comments that you made. You know, it's obviously really vital that we have this funding in place. We've got the 250k set aside for this year in particular. Money that wasn't spent in the last financial year will be rolled over. And what we felt it was important to do, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on this, is that we had the carbon management plan in place so we could inform that spending and make sure that it was going on the right things to have the maximum impact in terms of reducing carbon emissions, but also returning value for money for Northamptonshire residents. So of course that will be really getting its skates on over the coming months as we're able to implement a number of projects which are coming forward, as I say, from across the different directorates. I do take issue with the comment Councillor Hakewell made earlier about there not being some sort of constructive working between us as executive members and proposals coming forward from other members of the council. That's simply not true. We have committed to working on the particular item that you referenced and looking at that in detail and we wanted to have the opportunity to do that via sitting down and via, Councillor Hakewell, one of your favourite things, looking at it in terms of scrutiny to make sure that we're doing the right thing with it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, one speaker to go. Jason Smithers, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I know I would speak for all of us in this chamber when I say we are all very aware of the huge responsibilities this council shoulders when setting an annual budget. The services that this council has delivered are done by our committed staff and are so vital to so many people's lives, whether providing services to vulnerable adults and children, promoting public health and well-being, cleaning streets, collecting household waste, fixing our potholes, or making plans for greener communities, new homes and employment sites. So much of what we do makes a huge difference to North Northamptonshire, today, tomorrow, and more importantly, for generations to come. Chair, each year when we consider the budget, we talk about the challenges, the new challenges facing this council. This year has certainly been no exception. This council, along with organisations across the country, has faced significant inflationary pressures. Driven by global factors outside our control, this has made it more costly to provide services, and we have had to double down on our efforts to save money. And Chair, save money we have. A great deal of work has taken place over the last 2 years to save money and help absorb inflationary pressures. In a challenging environment, the Council is proposing savings of nearly £15 million in our budget this coming year. This builds on previous saving plans of £27 million since this council was created 2 years ago. This is being achieved through transformation initiatives and greater efficiencies and the way we provide services. In short, we have been modernising public services in North Northamptonshire. Chair, this budget does something I suspect a lot of councils across the country will be envious of. The proposed budget before this council today will ensure that this council invests in our people and our place. This council will invest around £57 million into the region to protect and improve our local services. I will ensure that we continue to improve our infrastructure with funding for local schools, our town centres, and our transport links and our rural neighbourhoods, supporting our communities to learn, work, travel, and live their best lives in North Northamptonshire. The Council will make further progress in tackling climate change, continuing the use of the dedicated £1 million fund that this administration set up for this purpose in last year's budget. It will significantly increase the funding available for adult social care, safeguarding services that are important for our more vulnerable residents and making improvements in our care provision. This Council will provide further funding to ensure that we care for and support our children and our families that are in need of our help and protection across the whole of North Northamptonshire. Our budget will also allow us to continue to support and develop the local economy and housing education skills. And I will finally wrap up, Chair. This Council budget for 23-24 will provide important stability for public services in the local area. And I feel this is a real achievement. I want to say a heartfelt thanks to all the hard-working staff and our members, and I can include every member in this chamber, to get where this budget is. Delivering a balanced budget in such a difficult climate is a team effort, and I thank everyone for their support in getting in here today in front of us all. I really hope all of the Council can get behind this budget, build on the ambitions for North Northamptonshire, something, Chair, I am sure you will agree is vitally important.
Whether I agree or not, it was well over 4 minutes.
I beg your forgiveness.
Thank you. I've received a signal from Councillor Mark Rowley that he doesn't wish to exercise his right to reply. There's nobody on my screen, so I come back to Councillor Bundy, please. You've got, how long's he got? 5 minutes.
I won't take anywhere near that, Chair. I promise. Really, I would just like to thank all the colleagues in this room for everything that's been said, for all the contribution towards debate. And as I said in my presentation, that this budget requires the buy-in of every member, every officer, every member of staff and every partner. And for this to succeed, then we need to do that. I'm proud that, that this report has risk all the way through it, because it means that we're alive to risk, and it means that we will make sure that we make this budget work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to a vote on the substantive motion. Ben will conduct the vote, please. This will be a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commencing.
You want it now? Do you want it now? Or do we want to get Lloyd's speech out of the way first?
I think we start fresh.
Start
You
afresh.
have 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
45.
Yeah, 45.
And the vote is now finished.
I'll ask Paul to announce the result, please.
Thank you, Chair. For clarity, the motion, those voting yes, 41, abstentions 3, those voting no, 13. The motion and recommendations are passed.
Thank you, councillors. This, I'm advised, will be an appropriate time to take a break. There will be a 45-minute break. Please be back in your seats in time. Thank you. Come on, Michael. It's always the same people over there, isn't it? Right, agenda item 6, colleagues. Housing revenue account draft budget 23 to 24 and medium-term financial plan proposals. Please may I see Councillor Lloyd Bundy with a maximum of 25 minutes to move this report, please.
The purpose of this report is to present the proposed housing revenue budget and medium-term financial plan for approval by full council. This was presented in draft to December's executive and after consultation brought back to executive on the 9th of February for approval to propose to full council today. Council tenants were consulted via a targeted consultation of their respective tenant advisory panels. The HRA does not directly impact on the council's wider general fund budget or on the level of council tax. Income to the HRA is primarily received through the rents and other charges paid by tenants and leaseholders. Northamptonshire is required to run a single housing revenue account, but for a short time is operating 2 neighbourhood accounts to reflect stock holding from the 2 legacy borough councils of Kettering and Corby. The council has started to move towards consolidating these 2 accounts into a single HRA. This work requires a 30-year business plan that will be informed by the housing strategy of Northamptonshire, which is currently being developed and will be reported to members during 23-24. The housing revenue account is a separate ring-fenced account within the council for the income and expenditure associated with its housing stock. Government guidelines for rent increases were introduced in 2020 and were intended to run for 5 years to 2025. This formula to maintain service provision and continued investment was CPI plus 1%. Members will recall that this followed 4 years of 1% year reductions, which cost the HRA around about £130 million over the period of the business plan. When this current policy was set, CPI was running at 2%. CPI in July 2022 was 10.1%, meaning that rent increases for next April would be 11.1%. The increase in inflation is placing considerable pressure on many households, including those living in social housing. Providers of social housing have to consider both the pressures facing the tenants and pressure facing the financial sustainability of the HRA when looking at setting rent levels for 23-24. So after consultation, it was announced by the Chancellor in September that social housing rent increases for 23-24 would be capped at 7%. In line with previous years, the proposed increase in rent for both neighbourhood counts will be the maximum permitted, i.e. 7%, which will help maintain and protect levels of service. As a requirement of the 1984 Housing Act, this report sets out at paragraph 1.6 the proposed rent increases for 23-24. The average increase in rent levels are £5.99 for Kettering and £5.67 for Corby, amounting to average rents of £91.53 for Kettering and £86.74 for Corby. Taking into account this increase, the draft neighbourhood accounts for 23-24 show a balanced position. The medium-term position shows the Corby account in deficit by £1.385 million and the Kettering account in surplus by £1.75 million. This is as a result of how the self-financing of the loans were structured. The medium-term position also assumes a rental increase of 4% per annum going forward. Northamptonshire own 8,160 properties ranging from 1 to 4 bed houses, bungalows and flats, combined with a further 893 leasehold properties. This amounts to a projected rental income in excess of £35 million. A breakdown of the types of properties can be found at paragraph 4.2. The Council is required by law to avoid budgeting for a deficit on the HRA, so the budget must not be based on the total HRA revenue reserve falling below zero. In practice, the Council is expected to maintain a reasonable balance of HRA reserves to cover contingencies. The Chief Finance Officer reviews the level of balances required to support the housing revenue account spend annually as part of their risk assessment of the budget. The Executive Director for Finance and Performance has assessed that the minimum level of balances, taking all known risks into account, should remain unchanged at £800,000 for the Corby neighbourhood account and £650 for the Kettering neighbourhood account. The minimum balances for the two neighbourhood accounts are around 4% of the total budget. Details of reserves, together with any estimated movements, are set out in Appendix C. Numbers of right-to-buy properties and the number of empty properties must also be taken into account. The number of right-to-buy sales assumed during 23-24 and the medium term for Corby neighbourhood account is 50, and for Kettering neighbourhood account is 30. Void levels are assumed at 0.9% for Corby and 1.5% for Kettering. Paragraphs 4.12 to 4.15 sets out the government's right-to-buy scheme and the changes during the pandemic. The current economic climate has made provision of new social housing challenging. It is envisaged a further 18 homes will be added to the Corby stock at Cheltenham Road during 23-24. Further increases will be reflected in the medium-term financial plan when there is more certainty around the time delivery of future housing schemes. Paragraph 4.22 to 4.28 sets out the Council's approach to the self-financing of the two neighbourhood accounts, which explains how the Council holds the depreciation charge, which is then used to support the capital programme. Holding social housing stock does come with risks. Paragraph 2.29 and 4.30 sets out the Council's provision for bad debt due to rent arrears. Finally, paragraphs 4.31 to 4.33 reflects the cost of employment within the HRA, and I'm happy to propose the recommendations of paragraph 3, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bonnet. Can I see Councillor Lee Wilkes to second the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. You're very happy to second this proposal, but I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Please may I see Councillor Lynn Buckingham to move the Labour Group amendment to this report. You have 10 minutes, Councillor.
Good morning and, good afternoon and thank you. Welcome to this important part of the annual budget setting, the plans for housing revenue account. Firstly, our thanks must go to our excellent housing staff who've gone that extra mile again this year, often at very difficult times. We'd also like to thank Kerry Pennell for all her help and support again, and giving her time to meet the shadow portfolio holders. We will miss your input and honesty, but also look forward to welcoming Yvonne Hudson into her new role as Assistant Director for Housing. Whilst we do not welcome the rent rise this year at 7%, we do fully understand the need and rationale for this move, coming so soon after 4 years where rents were reduced, which will impact on the long-term sustainability of social housing. We echo the voices of the Tenant Advisory Panel that tenants are given as much help and support as possible throughout this recession. It is such a relief that the housing needs applications are back to normal after a backlog that peaked at a 6-month wait to be assessed for properties. It's also good that the housing rent arrears have come down slightly despite the crisis in the cost of living, a situation that from April the 1st this year will only get worse, and is the reason why we are putting forward our 2 amendments. We welcome the investment in bringing down the repairs backlog for our tenants. At the last official count, the figures showed that 5,551 responsive repairs were outstanding. There is no doubt in my mind that if this investment had been granted last year when it was asked for, it would have cost us a lot less than it has done in today's HRA budget. Whilst the HRA budget is balanced again this year, a balanced budget gives you a framework, but it doesn't give you a plan. And you need a good plan of prevention, education, and good practice in housing management for ensuring we have warm, decent, and safe housing for all our tenants. Our proposed amendments help to provide the basis of that plan, to make efficiency savings, to have a positive impact on next year's budget when costs and pressures are going to be so much greater. We house many tenants who do not have the skills and capacity sometimes to help themselves. Our first amendment looks to put together a one-off pilot programme of building those budgeting skills and capacity and knowledge to keep our most needy out of the cycle of burgeoning debt and out of the hands of loan sharks, and to ensure that any help and advice given becomes sustainable through building their skills and capacity, because their struggles become our society's failure. We understand the need to increase the provision for bad debt, but feel that this should be balanced alongside capacity building measures. Our second amendment is about ensuring all our properties are safe, warm and decent. Following the sad death of a 2-year-old boy in Rochdale attributed to these conditions that were not responded to by their landlord, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing Communities, Michael Gove, said, "The tragic death of Awab Ishaq should never have happened. He was inexcusably let down and his family repeatedly ignored. I want to pay tribute to our Awab's family for their tireless fight for justice over the last 2 years. Today we have announced tough new laws to force social landlords to fix their homes within strict new time limits. Those landlords who continue to drag their feet over dangerous damp and mould will face the full force of the law. Awab's law will help to ensure that homes across the country are safe, decent and warm. The government has already committed to a rapid review of existing guidance on health impacts of damp and mould, followed by the new sector. And I'm glad that somebody brought up about risk, because risk is the most important part in this. And the correlation between health and poor housing has long been understood. And when those conditions are seriously affecting the health of our children and adding to our health inequalities, then we must respond quickly and decisively. And if we don't, and something happens, we could all be culpable of corporate manslaughter. Many of our properties have problems, including that of mould and damp, which has been ignored for years. All this proposal does is make sure that there is a dedicated programme around housing health and safety rating systems, which will take into consideration a full assessment and the speed in which hazards are resolved and clears the problems up for once and for all. So the proposal is that we as a council have a targeted programme of seeking out those Category 1 hazards that occur in our social housing stock, but are responded to on an ad hoc basis at the moment. To fund this element of a targeted programme, it is proposed that £250,000 be repurposed from the repairs and maintenance budget across both areas, 150,000 for Corby and 100,000 for Kettering, to ensure that full assessments are put in place at the earliest opportunity. And let's not forget, this is about, it's not about, you know, heating and feeding. This is about life and death. This is mold that gets into people's bodies and lungs and has an impact on our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Please may I see Councillor Ross Armour to second the Labour Group amendments, please. You have 5 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second that amendment and I reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to the debate. 3 minutes per contribution. There's nothing coming up on my screen. You're all happy with this, are you? Oh, yeah, okay. Councillor Maxwell, please. Well, blow me down.
My question isn't actually about properties personally. I'm just interested to find out that if a disabled person moves into a bungalow, for example, is the right to buy the same as other people? If so, what happens when another person comes along who's disabled, needs a property which is sort of adapted to their requirements? Are they then left on the waiting list, or is there a clause whereby the government stop this happening?
She's finished now. Fine, thank you. Councillor Chris Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of things that I'd like to ask. Firstly, of Councillor Buckingham, you referred to mould and damp being ignored for years. That suggests to me that the former sovereign councils were ignoring it. How many of these properties are there, and where are they? Are they in Corby? Are they in Kettering? My previous experience of being a Kettering councillor, albeit quite a number of years ago, was that we were the centre of excellence for homelessness, and we abided very strongly to the housing standards of that 10 years ago or so. So I'd like to know where this is, but I very much support that we need to get on and get this sorted quickly. My second issue I put towards the member for housing. We're told in this document that over Kettering and Corby we are likely to sell 80 properties over the coming financial year. How many are we building or acquiring to replace those? On the new
Yeah, just a minute, Councillor Haynes, please. Yeah, please.
Just to remind members that the speeches at the moment are on the amendments, the proposed amendments, not on the substantive item.
Forgive me, I'll stand up again later then.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Binley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put a pin in those other questions for later on. So on the first amendment, we talked about risk. This actually exposes the council to risk. Taking money from the HRA reserves when we have to provide for the bad debt element, when it actually might not provide at all fruitful with these proposed changes. But what we have to consider here is there are already funds in place. You've got the Multiply Fund, which, I don't know, Councillor Harrison may stand up and talk about, which is specifically aimed at individuals that are being discussed here. And I think that we'd be duplicating the work that's already being undertaken there, and therefore that wouldn't be an effective use of taxpayers' money. I will, of course, however, direct officers to make sure that our tenants are aware of the various numeracy programmes that are being developed. We do issue a tenants newsletter. I know that one is in the process of being finalised, so it will not be possible to get it on this one. One of the reasons that we've seen the discrepancy mentioned in the amendment with regards to bad debt is I think that Corby's bad debt on the previous budget was slightly incorrect and based on the previous sovereign authorities figures, and those were used incorrectly. And that's why you've seen that adjustment. So, Chair, I couldn't support this because I think we're duplicating and not effectively using taxpayers' money. We have to provide for that bad debt element. Number two, the second amendment. Councillor Armour mentioned earlier about April Fools. To be fair, I thought this was April Fools when I read this amendment. It is quite clear that this proposal has not really been thought through. Otherwise, you'd be aware that we already carry out property inspections. We have in place a 5-year rolling stock condition survey, which covers these elements. We look in detail at things like flooring, wall and roof construction, EPC ratings, floors, insulation, windows, doors, kitchens, bathrooms, and the prevalence of damp and mould issues. The ad hoc ones we've discussed. I have discussed it in full council. I'm not going to repeat it. It's available on YouTube. I've fully covered off everything to do with mould and damp and everything that this council is doing robustly to address those issues. Yes, that's reactive, but this shows that we're also proactive. So we are already doing this. Again, I feel that this would be a complete duplication of the various programmes that we're already running out. I know that you touch on the capital. We will discuss that later. This administration has taken decisive action in coming forward with a plan to address the housing backlog. Now you want to take money out of that budget, Mr. Chairman. It makes absolutely no sense. You've criticised us in the media, you've criticised us in meetings, and now you want to take away from that and push this council behind with dealing with those repairs. Mr. Chairman, I cannot support this. It would fail the residents living in social housing in Northamptonshire.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leanne Buckingham, please.
Thank you very much. Interesting you talk about the 5-year rolling plan, and yet we don't have the staff to meet the needs we need at the moment. In terms of the Amendment 1, it's not taking away from anything. It's using the bad debt money to support those who are probably going to find themselves in a position to need those bad debt money. It's about reallocating, leaving it in a pot, and instead getting upstream. Often people have resources. They have no idea how to access the resources, and that's where we need to start supporting further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jean Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Councillor Smith-Ains, Corby was working on the mould before it got taken over by the unit.
Sorry, Councillor, everybody's having difficulty in hearing you.
I'm sorry, Chair. I've got a very quiet voice and I have a cough. But anyway, I want to speak about the mould. I was a respiratory ward sister for many, many years and have seen the results of moulds like Aspergillus can do and the long-term effects that they can have. By ring-fencing this money, it will focus our staff on getting these properties up to standard quicker than over a 5-year period. It will improve the standards of living for many, many residents within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anne Lee, please.
Thank you, Chair. Based on my casework, I know that there is a lot of problem with mould. Where are these houses? Well, I can tell you there's lots of them in Avondale Grange. And when repairs are performed, it's often just a patch, work that's being patched up. We used to have a rolling program of replacing windows and doors of bathrooms. There was a schedule that every council could consult to know when things were going to be replaced, which streets were going to be done. Now there's so much backlog that it's not transparent anymore. We don't know anymore. I asked, can I have an update on that schedule? I'm being told it's on a one-by-one basis. The resident himself will have to phone the council and see if maybe their 30-year-old bathroom can be replaced on a case-by-case basis. Things have changed. Mold is often considered just a lifestyle problem. It's the fault of the tenant. When it isn't, I've seen terrible houses with mold on the ceilings, mold on the walls. It gets washed off and it just reappears all the time. There is a problem there, numeracy. We used to have these courses in Kettering because, yes, Kettering did have a fantastic program, and all that was transparent to councillors, but it's not anymore. We're not allowed on the tenants' forums anymore. We cannot even have the minutes of the tenants' forum meetings. There's just no transparency. So I strongly support these motions, and really I advise you to visit residents' houses and find out what it's like to live with mold day in, day out, because it's driving residents to despair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bill Colquhoun, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up from where Councillor Lee left off, a councillor asks, where are these properties? They are all over. My ward, which is made up very much of just post-war housing, is riddled with them. The Kingswood estate, built in the 1960s/70s, also rife with them. I hear there from Councillor Lee, this is also a problem in Kettering and throughout Northamptonshire, throughout the whole authority, even in Rushden. Councillor Binley says we carry out inspections. Seemingly, there aren't enough inspections carried out, because every single week I get at least one complaint from a constituent about mould, condensation, dampness, or whatever. To say we carry out inspections so everything's going to be okay, that's not the answer. You could carry out all the inspections you want, but you have to inspect the properties that are damaged with it, and you have to get to the root cause. Someone has already said, I think Councillor Lee said, you just can't patch this up. You can't buy a tin of stain block from Screwfix and think that's going to solve the problem. It just comes back. Councillor Binley also says we're reactive and proactive. Oh, that confuses me somewhat. If you're proactive, why would you need to be reactive? I'm just not understanding that one. The proactive approach is what is needed, and tackling the problem is what is needed, and not glossing it over and pretending it doesn't exist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Helen Harrison, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Councillor Binley pointed out, we are receiving funding from the government, the Multiply funding, which is specifically for delivering adult numeracy programmes. Those programmes are being developed and rolled out across Northamptonshire. It doesn't make sense to duplicate these programmes that are already available and not yet fully subscribed. It wouldn't be an efficient use of taxpayers' resources, or of the revenue that's funded through the rents paid by our council tenants. So to take £44,000 out of those dedicated reserves would not be responsible, and therefore I wouldn't support that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure where Councillor Harrison really gets their information from. That what we're trying to do is target people that really need it, and you're not doing that, unfortunately. You're not doing that. Unlike Councillor Binley, who's living in his own little bubble, I hope it's not a damp or mouldy bubble, but he'll end up in hospital like a lot of your residents, unfortunately. And one of my residents, Chair, just a true story, one resident not that far from here, the beginning of Kingswood, came out of hospital with respiratory problems, reported damp so many times they came and painted over it, did what they had to do with the resources that are there. She ends back up in hospital with respiratory problems, comes out and reports there's a big space under her door letting the cold and the dampness and the wet in, and then gets told that's got to be 3 months before we can do anything. Is that acceptable? I don't think that's acceptable for any residents. It's just not acceptable. And what we are trying to do is to ensure they get the support in a proper, timely fashion. That's all. This is just us listening to our residents. And that's what you tell us to do. So you could back this and target that support, as per your suggestion, because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor. That ends my list of speakers at the moment. Councillor Ross Armour, do you wish to now say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to thank the housing staff who have worked tirelessly to bring down the timescale for a housing needs application. This now sits within normal SLAs, although successful applicants then join a list which is often several years long. Councillor Buckingham has put forward 2 sensible amendments to the HRA report, which we are happy to support as a Labour group. The first amendment seeks to repurpose and ring-fence 44,000 of the 164,000 combined figure already allocated to bad debt for Kettering and Corby. Secondly, there is a growing problem with damp and mould across council properties. Like Councillor Lee, I witnessed this myself with a property in my own ward on Danesholme as recently as last week, where a couple unfortunately had to move into a different bedroom in the house to sleep. At the end of January, Corby had 95 outstanding mould and damp repairs and Kettering had 98. As Councillor Buckingham suggests, ring fencing and repurposing funds from various current budgets for both Corby and Kettering to not only fix those outstanding repairs, but to invest funds to eradicate the problem altogether. No family should have to fight damp and mould in their property, and as we well know, once damp sets in, it is a dangerous hazard, particularly to children. Finally, and on a separate note, the current outstanding repairs for Corby and Kettering is 3,177 and 2,374 respectively. This is a change from last year, where the figures were 3,800 and 2,600 respectively. So although there has been some progress in Corby, there has been an increase in Kettering, and the current waiting time for responsive repair has now doubled to more than 60 days. We do welcome the 900,000 to help tackle the backlog and look forward to seeing the number of outstanding repairs significantly reduce over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lynn Buckingham, you have a further 3 minutes to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that sorry, please give me a minute because I've forgotten somebody's name and I didn't want to...
You can have 3 minutes, Councillor.
Okay. Is it... Yeah.
So Smith-Haynes.
Thank you. In response to Councillor Chris Smith-Haynes, it is across the borough. And you've been given the figures. Councillor Binley, it was for Amendment 1. This is a pilot to see whether or not we can get sustainable tenancies, not just give people money or you know, for people to scrabble around for money to be able to sort out budgets. So it's very much about that sustainability. In terms of tenants' newsletter, there hasn't been one as yet for the council. We look forward to tenants getting them. In terms of stock condition survey, as I understand it, you're not going to be doing a full 100% stock condition survey, but take house types and do your stock condition survey on that basis. These are repairs which normally come in from tenants. So it could be a boiler, it could be a leaking roof, it could be what's it called that takes the water away from the roof. Those elements. And what's happened in the past is that other repairs have been prioritised. So, you know, instead of just taking away the symptoms, you should be looking at causes why and putting in that programme so that we know that if a boiler's broken or whatever, what impact that has. If there's any water, one of the first case work that I did, and I don't know whether any of you will remember writing to you, was a property that had been water coming into a child's bedroom. The child was so both ill all the time, but couldn't bring friends over because of this leaking pipe outside that nobody would repair. So the money is there for all these things. We're not asking for extra money. What we're saying is utilise the program, utilise the money better to stop these things happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, that concludes that. We will now move to a vote on the Labour Group amendments. Ben, please could you conduct the vote on the amendments only, please?
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commencing. There's 10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote.
Paul, could you please announce that?
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the Labour Group amendments, those voting in favour 14, abstentions 1, against 38. Those amendments have fallen.
Thank you. That falls. There'll be no amendments on this report from the Green Alliance Group, but I would invite Councillor Hakewell to address the Council. You have 5 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think from Green Alliance point of view, a number of the points have already been made, but just some specific ones that have come up. We're really keen to understand how we target the money for these housing repairs. And if I can just make a point, and the portfolio holder will know, in rural areas where oil is the only option for heating, in other words, no gas and electric being extortionate or more extortionate, we have boilers, and we had an example at the last council meeting where an old oil-fired boiler failed, and we tried as hard as we could to identify spare parts for that boiler. It clearly wasn't possible, and eventually, with some pressure, a new oil-fired boiler was installed. So when we are on renovating and renewing, do we know exactly where all these old boilers are, which are likely to fail and likely to be almost impossible to repair? So whilst it's good to have that amount of money in the budget to be able to do some of these, as well as the other items that have been mentioned, how do we do that? And will we do it, and will we report that back to scrutiny? Once again, in terms of rent, we're being dictated to by central government. We have no control over that. The government is, and has for some years, it used to be CPI plus 1, it's now 7%. And I relate this back along that a lot of the debate we've already had is talking about having sufficient resources to make our housing stock better. And the only sufficient resources we can get is by rental. And I link this in to our scrutiny, where we heard at scrutiny that there are just 8 members of 2 tenants panels, one in Kettering, one in Corby, who are our link, if you like, or one of our links to understanding what our thousands of tenants desire. Surely we should be engaging more with our tenants, having much better tenant participation, which arguably would mean we would have a better channel for some of the things we've talked about today. So I would really hope that we can improve that aspect. And I'd just like to make a further point, although I know he's being called away, but when we scrutinised this on the 23rd of January this year, I'd just like to make due deference to Councillor Pengelly, who chaired the meeting where we talked about housing and housing revenue account. Throughout scrutiny, he guided us very well, and for those of us who spoke, Chairman, you might note I did speak a lot during that scrutiny, as is my habit. Just to put on the record to thank him for that and the way in which he did that. Chairman, also, we're looking at next year's scrutiny of the HRA, and what I would like to say is that it's impossible to announce a budget on the 22nd of December, 2 or 3 days before Christmas, and then have a conclusion on the 27th. We implored at scrutiny last year that we should start effectively this budget consideration in November to give enough time, both with housing revenue and the general fund and capital, to be able to do this job properly. We were all under immense pressure to do that. So, Chairman, I hope that the executive are listening and that we can start formal budget processes on the ensuing financial year much earlier. And I would also like to say that I sincerely hope that the current scrutiny process, where we have to go cap in hand to Scrutiny Commission to ask for things to go on to finance and resources, that link should be broken. We really do need some external scrutiny of our scrutiny from someone who knows, or maybe go to other councils that do that well, because at the end of the day, the scrutiny has not delivered in these 2 years what it should do and the volume that it should do. We also are still not properly resourced after 2 years in that scrutiny. But most of all, finance and resources scrutiny should be independent of any other scrutiny and free to choose what it wishes to scrutinise. So I think from our Green Alliance, that would be what I would say in relation to the housing revenue account. We need to be more inclusive, more engaging with more people who are our tenants. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate it, and then ask for people to speak. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hakewell. We will now move back to the substantive report. Would any councillor wish to speak to the report? You have 3 minutes per contribution. Well, not a lot seen here. Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the reason why people don't want to speak is because nobody's listening. Thank you.
Councillor Wendy Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's been some unfair comments bandied about today. And I did have my, I did ask to speak, but actually it was on Councillor Hakewell's motion. So if you would allow me, I'm quite happy to speak about that. I think that's unfair to say that the scrutiny has to come cap in hand to scrutiny. Louise Tyers sent out a form to all scrutiny members last week. This wasn't the first time the form had been sent out. So if anybody would like to scrutinise anything, they can send it to the Scrutiny Commission. And so far, I've received absolutely nothing from Councillor Hakewell.
Yeah, this is not about scrutiny, this is about the HRA, but I'm advised.
I understand that. I wasn't talking, it was more about the actual... the level that, and then the rudeness, I think, that is bandied about today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Let's move on. Any more speakers to this? Yes, Councillor Andrew Weatherall, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
I've got considerable sympathy and empathy with the officers and the councillors who are putting this forward, because we've got a huge challenge here. I'm personally committed to social housing. For a number of years, I've been involved in boards and audit committees of social housing providers with 50,000 homes. They're able to add to their stock, one of them, they're doing thousands of these. But we've got a major problem with this HRA, and it's not of our own making. We've understood that we've got 7% increase in rental, whereas the CPI is up at 11%. That's not a 4% problem this year. That's a 4% problem for 30 years. The whole HRA model is bust. So we can all criticise each other, but I think we've got to stop and step back a little bit. And I think we've got to think imaginatively. You know, how are we going to deliver social housing in this county? We've got two of the main areas under the HRA. We've got predominantly Longhurst and Greatwell homes. I'd observe and say they've all collectively failed because they're not adding to the stock. But when you get it right, you can add to the stock. I don't have the answers, I've just pointed out the problems. But I think we should all think collectively and imaginatively about what we can do, because we've got a national housing crisis here, and we're not different to anybody else. But we've got to think how we do it, and we'll deliver for the whole of this half of the county if we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matt Binley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd start off by saying we do listen. We listen to sensible ideas, and next year, if you want to come and have those discussions, as Councillor Bunday has mentioned, with regards to budget setting on a HRA, then please come and do so. We have had discussions with the Green Alliance, as Councillor Pentland said earlier. We are willing to have those discussions. So please do come and talk to us if you want to have a sensible discussion about it, because we will. I thank Councillor Weatherall for his comments. He's absolutely very astute in this matter, and as he will know, that I'm having conversations with providers outside of this local authority area. And I'm very, very proud of the work that has been done on this housing revenue account by the officers. I know I've said this before at executive, but it bodes well to repeat it again. They've done a huge amount of work in very challenging times, as Councillor Weatherall said, with regards to the rates that CPI is at versus what we've got a rent cap at, and also in the fact that we had a reduction in rents for 4 years on a trot by 1%. So the fact that we have a very robust plan to address the backlog of repairs as well, I think really speaks volume for the work that the officers have done and that this administration is doing to provide those levels of services that we expect for our residents within North Northamptonshire. I know that the Tenants Advisory Panel has been mentioned. I'm quite happy with the work that they're doing. I don't think that members should be involved in it. It should be independent. It should be politically neutral. We shouldn't be interfering in those conversations. And I think it should remain just with officers and with tenants dealing with that. There's mention about inspections, etc. I mean, Chair, we could have a whole conversation about the HRA today, but that's not what we're here to do. We're here to talk about the actual budget setting. We do carry out annual boiler inspections. That's a requirement. We do have a rolling replacement programme. Who do people talk to was mentioned about if they're not on the Tenants Advisory Panel. Well, we have neighbourhood managers. They're the people to speak to. And I know that our residents do talk to those neighbourhood managers. So we do have all of those things in place. I don't want to detract from this, Chair, because this has been a brilliant piece of work that's been carried out in challenging circumstances. Put aside the challenging circumstances, I still think it would be a brilliant piece of work. And I wholeheartedly support this budget, and I thank everybody that's been involved.
Thank you, Councillor Binley. Councillor Chris Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I may finish the point that I started making wrongly at the amendment point. My concern is that we don't have enough council houses. We're estimating selling off 80 of our stock of 9,000 this year. How many are being built or acquired to replace those? We've talked a lot about mould and damp,
and being ignored for years. Well, my personal experience of going around people's houses, it's the private rented sector that suffer the most from this. I've gone into houses where there's been rain coming directly through and you're wondering if the roof's going to stay on. And these properties, a 2-bedroom terraced house in Kettering, nearly £800 a month, that's almost double the average that we're going to have from the increase. It's also been pointed...
Councillor, we're not talking about private rent, this is HRA.
I'm making the comparison and trying to reinforce the point that we desperately, desperately need to build more council houses.
Thank you. Councillor Jean Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. Picking up on your point about house building, before vesting day, Corby did have a very robust programme of building social housing. In fact, I believe we built more social houses than Manchester. But we didn't just build houses, we brought properties back into use, and you can see that in the flats just across the way there. So, you know, we do need, I don't think since vesting day that we have had any more plans brought forward to build more social housing, and that's a very great pity and a shame on this council.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, that concludes the speakers. Please may I see Councillor Bundy to conclude. You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Did Councillor... Sorry, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Wilkes, do you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. Don't know what I've done to upset you, but thank you.
I was dozing off, I'm sorry.
It is very warm in here. Really, in summary, it is good to see that we are speeding up the required repairs, despite, as we all know, the difficult repair situation that NNC inherited. In a short period, we have seen real demonstrable, I think, improvements in our housing stock, and that does then positively impact on the living conditions for our tenants. Of course, there's more to do. There's always going to be more to do because it's a never-ending issue. I'm delighted to see that we're going to continue that good work with the support of a good costed, properly costed budget. And I appreciate the recognition of support, actually, of the budget from the Labour Group and indeed from the Independent Tenants Advisory Panel. And in summary, that's one of the reasons, Chair, why I'm very, very happy to second this proposal.
Councillor Edwards, I'm aware you wanted to speak, but I didn't know if you could speak or not. I'm told, well, in the circumstances, as it's you can. Go on.
No, we didn't. Sorry.
Well, something like that.
That's very kind, and it's very quick. The councillor who said that we haven't got any plans on building council houses, she hasn't seen any plans. I think she was present at the last executive meeting. We've got exciting plans for Kettering for the building of bungalows and houses to be built in Kettering.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bundy, quickly, get in before anybody else.
Thank you, Chair. One of the problems of coming last is that most people say what you've wanted to say before you stand up. I'd just like to point out a couple of things. The right to buy is during the medium term. It's not 80 houses during the year, so it is during the medium term. We've talked about building new houses, and as they come forward, then we will be putting more on there. Having said that, that's part of the capital programme as opposed to part of the HRA revenue account. The only other thing, well, two other things I'd like to say is, first of all, bad debt is a risk, and it's the statutory responsibility of this council to actually carry a bad debt provision. It's nothing that you can actually mitigate or move to anything else. You have to do that. And the only other thing I'd like to say is a big shout out to the social inclusion team, because they are the people who prevent people becoming homeless, people getting into debt. And if any of the members in this room don't know about the social inclusion team, I'd get to know them, because they do a fabulous job and they do mitigate a lot of the problems that this council would have if they didn't. With that, Chair, I'm happy to propose the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. We shall now move to a vote on the substantive motion. Ben, please will you conduct the vote?
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commencing. You have 10 seconds. And that concludes the vote.
Paul, please announce when.
Thank you, Chair. The vote for the motion, those in favour 42, abstentions 1, those against 11. So the motion and recommendations are carried.
I'll repeat. Capital Programme 23 to 26, Councillors, Agenda Item 7. Please may I see Councillor Lloyd Bundy to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report sets out the baseline capital programme for 23-24 and the indicative medium-term financial plan for North Northamptonshire Council. This programme was considered by the Executive on the 22nd of December 22 and became part of the wider budget proposals that were consulted upon last month. The final budget proposals were reported to the Executive at their meeting on the 9th of February. It presents the General Fund Capital Programme, the Baseline Development Pool and the Housing Revenue Account Capital Programme 23 through 26. As I said earlier, I would like to thank all those who took time to contribute to the consultation. And Appendix E of Item 5 earlier in this meeting and Section 6.4 of this report sets out in detail the results of that consultation. The original capital programme was the amalgamation of the legacy 4 borough council programmes and the disaggregation of Northamptonshire County Council. During September, each directorate entered into capital programme challenge sessions, asking them to revisit their capital plans and aspirations for the coming years, with a desired outcome to review each one as to its deliverability and profiling. This exercise gave us a better forecast. Excuse me, Chair. I've lost my place now.
You put him off his throat there.
This exercise gave us a better forecast of planned borrowing and serviceability of funding for the general fund going forward. As members are well aware, the effects of inflation and cost of raw materials has resulted in some projects becoming unaffordable in the short or medium term. As a result of these sessions, £43.8 million of the underspend and slippage from previous years has been reviewed or reprofiled into the general programme or development pool of the general fund for 23-24. And this amounts to approximately 71% of the general fund being reviewed. The HRA capital programme has a £17.1 million estimated slippage or underspend. Of this, £10 million has been reviewed or reprofiled into the capital programme or development pool for 23-24, and that amounts to 79% of the programme. This report sets out at paragraph 5.2 the key principles underpinning the current capital programme, which will ensure that this council delivers a capital programme that is affordable and sustainable. Again, can I refer members to the Treasury Management Strategy for 23-24, which is at Appendix H of Item 5 earlier. The total capital programme is £109.1 million, consisting of the General Fund, £65.4 million, which includes key projects such as Corby Town Fund, school improvements and extensions, highway schemes and various property and environmental projects across North Northants, and the HRA capital programme totalling £43.7 million across Kettering and Corby housing stock, together with significant investment of nearly £17.5 million proposed for the housing development and new building programmes. There is also a development pool of some £190.2 million, which includes schemes awaiting formal business cases. These three programmes are reported in detail at appendices A, B and C of this report. The minimum revenue provision reflects the minimum amount a council must charge to the revenue budget each year to set aside a provision for repaying external borrowing. The increase of MRP of £1.549 million for 23-24 is to ensure the provision is aligned to the MRP policy in our Treasury management strategy. Members are reminded that the disaggregation of the capital assets, balances and debt are still to be finalised and subject to audit for 2021 financial accounts for Northamptonshire County Council, as is the audit for Corby Borough Council. Both of these may have implications on the current assumptions. The current capital strategy demonstrates how the Council will make expenditure and investment decisions in line with service objectives and properly take account of stewardship, value for money, prudence, sustainability and affordability. This can be found in Appendix D and sets out the key principles which have been developed with reference to the requirements of the current Prudential Code and Treasury Code of Practice. The capital programme assumes various sources of funding, including capital receipts and grants, together with support from external and internal borrowing, which is at the discretion of the Council for essential capital expenditure. Again, this is set out at Appendix A to C of this report. Chair, I'm happy to propose the recommendations of paragraph 3.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Can I see Councillor Burt Jackson to second the report, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to second this motion of the capital programme. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak to it, or do you reserve the right to speak? No. No, thank you. Please may I see Councillor Colquhoun to move the Labour Group amendment to this report. You have 10 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Back to the ubiquitous problem, Chair, of potholes. As one councillor earlier mentioned, this is not only a Northamptonshire issue, this is nationwide, possibly worldwide, who knows. But our amendment anyway, Chair, is that NNC use £2.5 million paid from the capital receipts to assist with Northamptonshire's potholes issues. On too many occasions, some potholes are patched up, receiving multiple repairs. We want to adopt a get-it-right first-time policy to prevent repeat jobs, and keep our roads in a better condition all the year round, which is, of course, of benefit to our taxpayers. That's our amendment, Chair. I'd like to reserve the right to come back, if I may.
You cemented it. Okay, thank you. You can summate at the end, Councillor. Thank you. Please may I see Councillor Matt Keane to second the Labour Group amendment. You have 5 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to second the amendment and reserve the right to come back.
Thank you, Councillor. Speakers to this, please. And a deadly hush. Right, there's nothing on my screen? Yes, oh, there is. Councillor Graham Lorman, please. Thought I got away with it there for a minute.
Well, I was going to let people have their say. I'm almost in a position to agree, but, of course, not. I can assure councillors that the new contract is predicated on the position of getting it right first time and having a proper inspection regime to follow it up. Councillors will already be aware that we have just recently invested £1.5 million in an additional investment fund, and I think that councillors may need to understand the different types of repair that are undertaken. In addition, we already have, from just recently agreed, over £3.7 million pothole funding from the government. But more importantly, we need to avoid borrowing, because this affects our revenue budget, and we need to use our own funds more to the best of their ability. There is, in these papers, a capital strategy report, including how we use capital receipts as part of this item 7, and I think councillors need to look at that and understand how they are used. I will perhaps take this opportunity to thank the officers for all the work they have done on this respect, and perhaps advise councillors that we are running a number of briefings, and one the other day, and I can assure you that if you attend these, you will receive information that will enlighten you on how the repairs are done, including on the last week we were told that in future, if there is to be a temporary repair for some reason, it will be marked up as temporary so that people will know they are coming back to do a fuller one later on. But we cannot support this for use of capital, even though I'd be delighted to have the extra money.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zoe McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. Don't get me wrong, nobody expects to come to a budget meeting and have a rave by any means. But I'd just like to comment, and this is no reflection of the hard work that went into this meeting, but this genuinely has been the most unimaginative, uninspiring, uncollaborative, predetermined meeting I think I've ever sat in. I'm truly quite disappointed, and I think the reaction to the final amendment shows that, and I think the eagerness of everybody to speak is also reflective of that.
Councillor, please don't
I
make a
think
statement.
that is probably why our council looks the way that it does.
Talk to what we are discussing, please.
Okay, sorry. I think it is why we're in the way that we are, but I'd just like to add that I would support this amendment, and you know, you can call yourself a listening councillor all you like, but I haven't seen any evidence of that today, so final thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I got a bit excited when the portfolio holder stood up there and says he could support this motion. But we know through dogmatic politics that wouldn't happen, don't we? Because they don't listen, unfortunately. But 20 years, 3 years of this Tory administration and then 15 years of a Tory county council, and just look at the state of our roads. We're trying to help. We're trying to help the people out there. Yous are not helping. It's going down and down and down. Nationally, it will take billions to sort our roads out. So let's make a start. Let's try and help the people who use those roads on a daily basis, on the cycles, on the motors, on the work vans, etc. Let's make that start and support at least one motion that makes sense. They all make sense, but support it. Don't be dogmatic. Take the politics out here and know it's the right thing to do. Help people. Help the roads out there, because if we don't start putting more in now, we're never ever going to catch up. Never going to catch up. So let's do the right thing now and support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jason Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to come in on the pothole stuff, repairs. You know, potholes are always permanent repairs unless they are temporary, because there's an emergency that requires such a temporary measure. The contract, as Councillor Lawman has said, is predicated upon getting it right first time, because there is no financial incentive for our contractors to keep going back, because it's their cost. If they go back to a pothole that is not repaired, they have to do it under the guarantee, and that costs them and not this authority. Councillor Zoe McGee, I forgive her naive proceedings or ideas on today's proceedings. A budget setting meeting is an important thing, and I assume she's only probably been to 2, so it is quite normal for a meeting to go in this type of manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dorothy Maxwell, please.
I would like to say, actually, that we only have a certain amount of money. And what money we do have, we actually spend it in the right way. We can't spend what we don't have. And as regards to the potholes, they are trying extremely hard. Maybe you don't see it because it's in the dark. But last night, there they were, filling up these potholes. Maybe you ought to think twice before speaking.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you very much. Just a very short one. We have to have mandatory MOT certificates to show the car's roadworthiness. And everybody said, and it's on social media, but what about the roads? Don't they have to be a certain standard? Or, you know, and are we paying out money, compensation for that? It just, it's just one of those things that you think stitch in time saves 9. And if the road was maintained better, wouldn't it be better for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jim Hakewell, please.
You'd have to be deluded if you think that our roads and the potholes and the repair of them is better now than it's been in the past. I really didn't want to speak, but my mailbag in relation to being a rural councillor, and I know it happens in the towns as well, the potholes that we have in our roads at present are appalling. They are the worst I've ever known in my life, and I've driven the same roads, and you drive the same roads, and you see them come back and back and back again. I don't know where the leader comes from that it's at their cost. If it is, so be it. But you really would have to be deluded. And if anyone watching this meeting, any resident in North Northamptonshire said, well, that was a representative meeting, the things I'm thinking were put forward, and someone like me didn't get up and say that the roads are in an appalling state. And that's the previous portfolio holders on the county council as well. I accept that, because the money that used to be on highways was all diverted to adult social care, children's social care, because those were areas where, quote, it was always said someone could die if you didn't spend the money. Whilst I know this council is in the same conundrum, and it's almost amusing to note that those who are most critical of the county council are now in a position to have to try and tackle the same issue. My other point there is that this proposal that's being put forward in terms of putting more capital in, one of the things that really niggles me is, why do we not get utilities to repair their own poor work? If you go along our roads, you find where, you know, broadband or whatever it is has gone across, water, electric, and after 2 or 3 years you get a resounding clunk as your car goes over it. So I do wonder, and would like to hear afterwards, of course, or maybe I'll put a scrutiny request in to Councillor Brackenbury for her approval, exactly how much we get from utilities rather than spending taxpayers' money, which would then allow us to spend taxpayers' money on getting those potholes fixed. But you would, I have to say, Chairman, be deluded if you think our roads are not in the worst possible position than they've ever been, certainly in my lifetime.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes the speakers. Councillor Keane, did you reserve the right to come back or summate or something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo what Councillor Colquhoun and Councillor Hakewell have said, actually. Potholes, potholes, potholes. I'm sure every councillor in this chamber has had casework on potholes. And I'm sure every councillor in this chamber has an argument that they have the worst roads in their ward in the Unitary. Our roads are in a mess. We have so many repeat repairs, and I have asked for the figures that haven't come yet, on patch jobs, and I'm sure we should get back to fixing first time will be cheaper in the long term. We welcome the government token of funding, but stick in plaster politics do not work. We need to be serious about maintaining our infrastructure to help mitigate costs in future budgets and reduce our liability. We are realistic, and we do realise this isn't going to solve the problem overnight, and potholes will always happen, but we should at least try to get things right first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bill Colquhoun. You've got 3 minutes to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon me. I was really pleased that Councillor Lawman nearly went with us there. Could have made my day, that. But as I said originally, Chair, this is of course a ubiquitous problem. It's a blight on the nation, actually. And of course, it's partly a blight on the nation because national government won't invest the necessary funding to repair our roads and keep them to a good standard. So that falls to us then. And as one speaker said, the roads badly need investment, and it's false economy to ignore that. It's a false economy to let them get worse and worse and worse until such a state that a major repair is needed rather than a pothole repair. So I would urge members to support this amendment and let us move forward and try and tackle this awful problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to a vote on the Labour Group amendments. Ben, please conduct the vote on the amendments only. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commencing. There are 10 seconds remaining. And that concludes the vote.
Paul, please.
Thank you, Chair. Those in favour of the Labour Group amendment 13, abstentions 1, those against the amendment 38, the amendment falls.
Thank you. That's not carried, councillors. There have been no amendments on this report from the Green Alliance Group, but I would invite Councillor Hakewell to address the Council. You have 5 minutes, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. When we did scrutiny on this, the real salient point, and the portfolio holder has mentioned it, was the underspend. The reality is that if we have a capital programme, it's because we've gone through often a laborious process to say, we really need to do this, we really need to spend some capital upon it. But as already been mentioned by the portfolio holder, and perhaps this should be, as I say, another request for scrutiny, I can see them coming in fast and furious, that we underspent a massive amount on our capital programme. So in effect, we told people we're going to spend capital on different projects, life is going to be better because we're spending it, and then we completely failed to do it. So it would be quite interesting to hear from the portfolio holder what confidence he has in this particular capital programme that we are looking at. But if I now just refer to the pages in our tome, page 283, about halfway down, it says Borough-wide Recycling Project 232. I'd like to actually understand what borough-wide means. Which borough or what borough, or is it just a typo in that way? Further down, it says replacement refuse vehicles. What I would like to ask is, are those conventional fuel, diesel, or are those refuse vehicles going to be electric? Because, of course, those will remember that last year, when we had 500,000 in a green budget, the Green Alliance proposed an electric refuse wagon that could go around the urban areas where they're most subject to that pollution. So we recommended that we buy one of those. It was summarily, as we're experiencing now, like Groundhog Day, voted down by the Conservative administration here. But what we're now looking at, and I'm sincerely hoping those are going to be electric, 2.9 million, that is next year. So 2 years after the Green Alliance put that forward as a very sensible thing for these refuse wagons to be electric, we're still now having to wait until 24-25 to actually do that. If I then take you over onto page 284, Portfolio holders, in fact the whole executive at some point have mentioned how difficult inflation, cost of materials, cost of building is. So we have about 100 town and parish councils. Let's say we have 90 villages. There you'll see on the bottom line, in the middle at the bottom, 32,000 grants for village halls. Well, fair enough this year, but 32,000 next year, 32,000 in the year after. So essentially, whilst we're paying and running projects of much greater value elsewhere, poor village halls don't get any recognition of inflation or building costs or anything else. They get the same grant year on year. The last point, I think you're going to make there. Two last points. That's always good. As you look through this capital programme, you'll see various ones. Housing and homelessness prevention is £1 million this year, £1 million next year, £1 million the year after, dead on. No pounds, no pennies, no shillings. Maybe not shillings. How can that be that it's exactly the same amount? And if you look above, small and other capital works, 150,000 year. Hi, Jason. Jason's watching me. Thank you, Jason. 150,000 year on year. Exactly the same figure. ICT hardware replacement, 150, 150. That always leads me, hi Helen, as well, that always leads me to think that these figures are just a wet finger in the air. And now, Laura, Chairman, they're all looking at me. They're supposed to be looking at you, but anyway. So what I always think, when
can
you
you address your remarks through me, please, Councillor?
I'm
and
trying-
not have a chat with the front bench. Thank you.
You chat to them, I'd prefer it. So what always confuses me there is how do you have bang on the same amount year after year after year? Exactly. So I look forward to the portfolio holder saying that. The last point is section 106 on page 285 and other grant funding. We see 29 million in 3.4, 5 million and 700,000. Now, I can't really understand that particular figure because Section 106s are usually triggered by amount of build-out of properties. So, Chairman, how can you have such a drop from 29 million, which apparently is going to be spent this year on that, and then you go forward to 5 million and 700,000 when anyone sitting in this room will look at any housing estate and find that houses are still being built?
Thank
So
you,
it would be really
Councillor.
nice to have some
Thank
answers
you.
to my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Where were we? I'm lost. Oh, yes. Thank you, Councillor. We will now move back to the substantive report. Would any councillor wish to speak to the report? You have 3 minutes per contribution. Come on, somebody must. No? Yeah. Councillor Bill Colquhoun, please.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I'd get into a long queue there. Apparently not. Just a couple of questions I have, Chair. Pardon me. Reference 5.4 on page 276. Baseline programme put together, etc., programme of 109.1 million. And the executive disperses this, presumably. In the purpose for the purpose of democratic decision-making, Chair, I would like to suggest to the executive that perhaps there could be some way that backbench members could become involved in the decision and spending process, so that we know how, or we have a better input into how finances are utilised. For example, in Corby, and I apologise if I'm being Corby-centric, we have 12 Corby Labour councillors, but none of us has an input at that level into spending. And perhaps there could be money better spent elsewhere. If we take, for example, this walkway, everyone I've spoken to does not want it. That £12 million or whatever it's costing could have been better spent elsewhere. And we know some of the problems with housing, etc. In Kettering, we have 2 excellent and experienced Labour councillors, not being offered the full potential, if you like, and a very good councillor in Wellingborough. Soon to have one in Rushden also. Moving on from that, Chair, to point 5.5. And given the government's priorities here with the levelling up agenda, I would like to ask what priority has been given specifically to the left behind areas within the authority with regard to levelling up? Not to faffing about with this, that or the next thing, but specifically for the levelling up agenda, to level up, to help reduce inequality, which is what it's intended for. On point 5.7, Chair, and 5.8, it says at the bottom of 5.7, this may have implications for the current assumptions. Do we know what the implications are, what they're likely to be, and how this is going to work within the next 3 years? And I'd like to go back to 5.4, if I may, Chair. I overlooked a bit there.
3 minutes, Councillor.
Right. Have I got 3 minutes, Chair?
You've done it.
Oh.
No, take another 15 seconds if you want. I'm feeling generous today.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to point out to someone that building 10 or 20 houses in Kettering does not solve the problem when we've 30 sales through Right to Buy. We need 1 million houses built, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham Lorman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where we're going to fit those 1 million houses, but anyway. We might need some new roads to get there. I wanted to just pick up a couple of points that Councillor Hakewill made. Earlier we heard reference to the Green Alliance writing to the finance portfolio holder, and one of the questions that was asked was about electric refuse vehicles. And the answer to the Green Alliance was, we already have one on order and another one in the current batch that we have ordered. The figure here, 2.915, is because in a couple of years' time, another batch, another of the depots, Kettering, will become due for renewal. If the ones that are successful, ones that we're taking on board are successful as trial, we will no doubt be looking very seriously to make sure those are electric as well. And of course we have to put the infrastructure in as well. Also, Councillor Calhoun, I think it was, talked about the prospective cycling path in this town, and he will no doubt know that there's an LC WIP being formulated, and that's leading towards active travel, and this path is very much dedicated to that, which is a national programme, and people will be able to cycle and walk in much greater safety, in much greater ease from the station to the town centre. Surely that's something to be applauded. I'd just like to perhaps pick up a couple of things of note that we are spending money on. You'll note the first one, changing places. We're very pleased to say that we are in a position to invest in changing places toilets, one of which in this building will be going in very, very short order, and another one at East Carlton Park. So that's 2 that are being invested in Corby. Also, the street lighting programme goes ahead, investment in low carbon there, and also, of course, we have nearly £10 million going into the highway maintenance, as we've just heard. So I commend this budget, the capital budget to people, and look forward to being able to spend it in the year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harriet Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of this capital fund because it further demonstrates the Council delivering on the key priorities of this Council, and again how we're delivering for local residents. As Councillor Lorman just alluded to, Appendix A highlights a number of projects which are further delivering for the environment, such as the LED lighting, which has a significant investment there, and others which may not be so obvious in terms of their positivity for the environment, but one such on that list is the new sixth form centre. There are further projects in the development pool, such as the EV charging and increasing the number of points available for local residents, and these are all really important and good projects, and why I'll be supporting the Capital Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I very much commend the Capital Fund to members. We are spending considerable amounts of money, and it's already been alluded to, the Corby station to town centre link, which is, I think going to really assist connectivity from the station and active lives and actually, people using bicycles and other means of getting to and from the station. I think that's a terrific project. I very much welcome the Corby Sixth Form College, which will be opening and welcoming its first students in September. And apart from the beneficial aspects of the Sixth Form College itself, of course, I think it will have a really positive effect on the economy of Corby. So very much to be welcomed. I enjoyed the debate about potholes earlier because, of course, I think it's something everyone in this room has enormous sympathy with. But I do welcome the fact that we do have a more than £3 million government grant to help get the potholes sorted out, and I am reassured that we aim to fix them once and for all when they come up. I do take the point about utilities, and of course if there are utility works that have taken place and they are not properly repaired, then we do need to come back on the utility companies. So all in all, very much to be welcomed, and again, just like to thank all the officers and members and scrutiny who have worked so hard to produce this satisfying result. My last point, Chair, is of course that there is a substantial development pool of other aspirational projects that we would like to develop, we would like to get good, solid business cases for, and we would like to identify how and where we can get suitable funding so that some of these can come forward as well. But other than that, I think it's a great capital fund, and I commend it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dorothy Maxwell, please.
I would like to say about village halls, the grant. Village halls have their own precept included each year, and whilst they are finding it a juggling act to make ends meet, they do a good job. They could have more money towards electric, however. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jason Smithers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to pick up on one of the comments made by Councillor William Cahoon. He refers to this walkway thing that people are talking about. Now, clearly this has been quite a controversial matter in this area. The walkway thing that he refers to is that excellent active travel piece of infrastructure that's going to be put between the train station and the town centre, lighting up that footpath, encouraging people to cycle, encouraging students and members of the Corby community to walk along there and feel safe and not have to go through a dark and dingy subway that's been poorly maintained for many years. But this is a £12 million investment in Corby Town. And I just want to clarify, because unfortunately Councillor Pengelly's not here at the moment, the leader of the Corby Town Council. He actually sat on the committee that cleared this as an investment for this project. He also sat on Corby Borough Council, as did many of these colleagues behind us, who approved this project. £12 million investment in Corby. It's fantastic. Now, do they want to put the record straight and tell us that this is something they don't want anymore? They do not want this £12 million investment. Because if they don't want it, I will save the officers and the Corby Town Fund a great deal of work. And I will ask for the money to go back to government, because Corby Borough Council ex-councillors and Corby Town Council do not want this piece of infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lynn Buckingham, please.
Thank you. And I really like coming after Jason because again. It's one of those things. I sat on the town deal board, and what was planned is nothing even coming close to what we've got now. It's been mangled about and twisted, and, you know, let's face it, this is a quarter of a mile cycleway. Well, you won't get even 14 revolutions of a wheel for that. So in terms of value for money, and this does nothing for disabled people, for young mums with prams and whatever, because the cycleway stops in a set of stairs, and if you saw the set of stairs that it stops at, I couldn't even walk up a quarter of the stairs. And that's the whole thing about this town deals board, was that they never talked about those needs of the town. They've only talked about cycleway, but as I say, it goes underneath the bridge and it stops, and they couldn't even put that as part of the consultation that was done. So I'm sorry, that really gets my goat. The other thing was the 3 million there for homeless prevention. We've just repurposed homeless prevention money to the tune of £3.7 million. So why are we putting in a bid for another £1 million a year? You know, if we're going to get a fund for homeless prevention, let's use it for what it's purposed for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matt Binley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just quickly answer Councillor Buckingham's questions there. Because people from the Ukraine and Afghanistan can be homeless as well. That's why we're repurposing those funds, and also we are continuing to bid because we want to make sure we do as much as we possibly can for the homeless people or rough sleepers in Northamptonshire. So the team do continue to work incredibly hard. But I don't think that just because we're repurposing, we should stop bidding for funds to accommodate the people within Northamptonshire who are homeless. First of all, Chair, I just really want to go on and just say again, thank you to officers for their incredibly hard work, especially as been put in with regards to the capital side of the budget to align the HRA so that those neighbourhood accounts are ready for full integration into one. When we look at them, there are numerous ambitious housing improvement schemes contained within it. You know, we've got the works in there for things like Homes for the Future, the Decent Homes programmes, many, many more lines there in a HRA capital programme, you know, with regards to our, you know, kitchens and bathrooms, our doors and windows, and so on and so forth. You know, the list is quite extensive. I would just like to draw attention to a few bits out of this. The sheltered housing communal upgrades has been added into the Corby neighbourhood account. This is for places like Marlow Court, where we had a meeting with residents and their ward councillors as they were complaining about the state of the communal area. Well, this is because Corby Borough Council didn't invest in this area. They carried out responsive repairs. Northamptonshire Council has changed that. We are now putting that into our capital budget to carry out an improvement programme. It's also previously been mentioned at other meetings about the fact that the charges had not been put up in Corby to cover this through the service charges. And that's one of the areas that we've got to look at. But in an interim period, we are putting this investment programme in place. There's also the supply chain upgrade programme that's contained within the capital budget. That will bring efficiencies to the Corby area because we will be holding stock in a warehouse. This will reduce turnaround times reduce that weighting of stock. Stock will potentially be on vans, so customers, our residents, will see a better level of service there. Just to pick up on Councillor Hakewell's comments with regards to village halls, just to note, these are capital budgets to invest in schemes, not to cover actual costs. Let's not forget, village halls can raise their own revenue. Councillor Maxwell mentioned it. Just quickly to mention Councillor Colquhoun's comments. Left behind areas are different to the levelling up agenda, two separate things. And also, if you want further Labour engagement in these processes, don't submit plans the day before about changes that you want to make. Engage with us way before, and we'll listen to those ideas.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jean Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak in support of my colleague Ling Buckingham in correcting the Leader of the Council. The plans that are now in front of the Towns Board do not reflect what was originally agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Paul Carr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Corby don't want the money for a cycleway, I'm sure we'd quite like it. In Chester and Wollaston, I hasten to add, we've been waiting for a cycleway since 1958, when the secondary school was built.
Well, that was short and sweet. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John McGee, please.
I don't think the council looks old enough to have been waiting since then. Sure, of course Corby want money, but they want it spent in the right way, don't they? And when original plans went out, it was. But of course, we got a new council, things change. And as for Councillor Binley and his little bubble there, don't put things in at the last minute, talk to us. Greens did a good job of that, didn't they? Great job. Did exactly what you wanted and you didn't listen. So we will continue to put our opposition budgets forward in the way that they do it and the way that the Constitution allows. So you stay in your wee bubble.
Councillor Bird-Jackson, did you wish to come back?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Then I'll move back to... where am I? Councillor Bundy, thank you. That's him over there.
I'm here. For want of upsetting a lot of my Conservative colleagues, I might need to agree with Councillor Hakewell, which probably won't be the first time, but that's probably Groundhog Day. We do get that some of the underspends and some of the slippages. It's not completely good at the moment. It's got a lot better than it was. As I reminded councillors earlier, this was the 4 legacy councils and NCC, and we've had to put that together. What we'll probably be doing is some extra scrutiny capital challenge sessions. So we'll be sitting down again by directorate and asking people to again address their issues and to revisit what's going on so we can get it closer. And I think the iteration of that will always work. As far as repetitive sums within the budget, Councillor Hakewell knows just as much as anybody else, and probably more, that you put indicative figures in and you can accelerate those or decelerate those as required. The Section 106 and other grant funding line, that is amounts to Section 106 money, which is triggered by housing build and by housing being completed. But the biggest amounts in there are the Corby Town Fund, which we've already talked about, and the Department of Transport. What I would say about the Corby Town Fund is that it was a fund for £25 million that was applied for, which was actually then dropped to £19 million. So there had to be some changes. So, that is what it is. But I think Councillor Smithers is right. If you don't want it, I'm sure that the government would like it back. Councillor Colquhoun suggested that the central government aren't interested in potholes locally. I can inform you that there's £3.7 million there of grant from central government to sort out potholes. And quite honestly, to suggest that this is an uninspired capital budget, £109 million in current, and then £190 million in the capital pool. That, to me, is quite an inspired, and it just shows the ambition of this council going forward. Thank you, Councillor McGee, for your very, very kind comments. I wasn't quoting what I said, I was actually quoting what Grant Thornton said, which is advising councils simply not to try to change a budget on the hoof after it's been considered and worked up properly by a lot of people taking a lot of time. But with that, Chair, I'm happy to propose this, the items at paragraph 3.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. We will now move to a vote on the substantive motion. Ben, please conduct the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now commencing. Was it squeaking? That's 10 seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed.
Paul, please.
Thank you, Chair. Those voting in favour of the motion recommendations, 41. Abstentions, 1. Those against, 9. And the recommendations are passed.
There are no items of urgent business today. Now, we seem to have finished far too early, so does anybody want to tell any jokes? Right, thank you, Officer and Council. That now completes the business of the meeting. I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you.